You ever think about how like Sora is just a fucking liar? You ever think about how Sora is a freaking liar and she's just fine with it? She's just being okay with that? Sure. All right. Cool. I don't remember that song in Ever 17, by the way. Oh, weird. It was like the first song on the soundtrack, you know? Weird. I remember it quite vividly. It played at the end of every ending that we've gotten so far. Man. Okay, so hello, fellow star stuff. Hello. Welcome on in. I need to turn this down on my end. Hold on. Is it Sora's theme? I think so. I think it's titled Sora's theme and also aka Uchikoshi's theme because he just loves doing this shit. I think so, yeah. 100 line ruins my ability to watch streak. Oh, don't worry about it. Maybe if I don't sleep for a week straight, I can marathon it. Don't even worry about it. I know you said you want to play it yourself, so don't even worry about it. You're good. Hello, Kadensha, welcome on in. Hello, Black Blue, welcome on in. POV, you're on Courie syndrome. You're on freaking Courie syndrome. Hello, fellow star stuff. We're back with the game that has certainly been gaming. Where is it? This one? Cool. We're back with some more Ever 17, the Out of Infinity. Yay! And before anything, let's go ahead and get into the game and actually listen to a song that isn't super depressing. This one? It's always this song. It's always this song. I shouldn't be surprised. All right. I hope everyone has been doing well. Last time we had a pretty good, I feel like it was a pretty good episode. It was I don't know what the thing, I think I understand what the thing in the middle is with Sora, but it was kind of still like, oh, okay. I guess we're just doing that now. We helped Sora break free of her chains for protecting the Lima system and instead helping us. And we also learned a little bit more about you and her situation, her circumstances. We also came to the shocking realization that for whatever reason, Yu's father has been dead for a lot longer than she thought, and that her mother is also dead, has been dead for years apparently, and she's like, who the fuck has been raising me this entire time? Right? Which is also the question that I was asking, who the fuck has been raising you this entire time? And right now we're going through, Kid is being a little buddy, just being like, I got this, we got this, let's go through it one step at a time, we can only follow logic, we got this. And it's been really nice and really sweet so far, even if we haven't made much progress, but we've at least narrowed down some things. So that's the recap for last time. The real recap though is that and I don't want to set up another window capture and have to go through. Just follow along with me. Last time when we had the big reveal with Sora, there were two moments in which a date was specified in regards to the correspondence. Now, I thought that the correspondence, I thought that the first date, in which was 0207, what was it? What was it? Hold on. Let me get my notes. I wrote notes on this, by the way. This is gonna be on the exam. 0207 19. 02/07/19. That's what it is. Okay. And last time I saw, so this date was said two different times, and once it was said beforehand, and then they go into the correspondence and then it's said again one more time for emphasis. What I thought was happening at that moment was that the date was being said for the death certificate of the father, as in 02/07/19, to which Kid rightfully thinks, oh, it must mean 2002, right? Because that's around the general ballpark, right? And also we're in the year 2017, right? He says that, and then at a different point we read the correspondence, and then it's also confirming the date of that, which is 2019. Which is 2019. The year is 2019. Now you might be thinking, this is what I thought in my head at the time when I was actually like reading it live. You might be thinking, well then why didn't you say anything if it was 2019? If, you know, like last time you said, obviously the year is 2017 because that's what Takeshi said. The thing is, I didn't actually know that Takeshi had said specifically that it was 2017. I remembered that he had said that the year was either 2015 or 2017 or 2019. I know that he didn't say any of the even years. And I was like, I can't remember what he said. I'm just gonna go straight in the middle and say that he said the year 2017, which is why I was not surprised when I read the thing as 2019, because I was like, oh yeah, 2019 is around there. It's around there, don't worry about it. It's not a big reveal, it's not a big surprise. It is though. It is though. Kid obviously thinks to himself, yeah, the year is 2017, so this must be dated as 2002, because why would Takeshi lie about that? Why would anyone lie about this? The thing is, Takeshi is a dummy. He's a dum-dum. He doesn't know what year it is, and apparently nobody else in the facility knows as well, except Sora and possibly Coco. Nobody else knows the year. So the year is not... If this is to be believed, and we must have been in some sort of sleep for 15 years, which means that the real year isn't 2017, it's what is it, 2034? The year is 2034, I think. I had it somewhere in my notes. My notes are a mess. They're a mess. The year is 2034, and everyone seems to believe that it's 2017, with the exception of Sora, who didn't... I'm pretty sure she knows the year is 2034, but she failed... for whatever reason, conveniently, she failed to mention that the year is also 2034, so the math is mathing, so, like, I don't know what Yu is freaking out about. I don't know what she's on. I don't know... I went back and I checked as well with Tsugumi and her whole situation, her root, and she was born in July of 1993, and so the math is mathing there, so she thinks also that it's 2017. So, Queen Vague Poster doesn't even know what freaking year it is. She's like, they're all lying to you, I know best. What? It's like, you don't even know, man. You don't even know shit. So, here we are. I don't know. I think my biggest question right now, and also I went through the math as well to check. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. So, the math is all mathing with Yu's situation as well. So, in Zeroscape, the answer was pods. I'm gonna guess the answer is probably Courie syndrome. I hope it's Courie syndrome and not just like pods or whatever. I hope it's Courie syndrome, and that's why we're all the way that we are. My biggest question right now is, why us? And more specifically, why Takeshi? Why Takeshi? Because obviously everyone here is like child. Coco and Yu, child of an employee. We have the experiment gang, which is Tsugumi and Kid and Sara, and then we have Sora there for good measure. Why is Takeshi here? What does he have to do with any of this is my biggest question, and I don't know what to think. Also the biggest question is, why would Sora not say anything about the date if she knows the actual year? And I'm thinking the answer is that, and hopefully we actually get an answer to this, because it's entirely possible that we won't, and I'd be very upset by it, or at least a little bit disappointed. But I think the actual, situation is that her priority is to protect Lemeth, and for whatever reason, originally at the very least, her priority is to protect Lemeth, and for whatever reason, not telling them the year is beneficial to that goal. However, we've switched priorities now to protecting them, right? To protecting the people here at all costs. And now that she's done that, that command of not telling them the year is still the same, because she thinks it's going to put everyone in extreme mental stress, and it obviously would if you say, by the way, the year isn't 2017, it's 2034. Like, you wake up. So she still doesn't want to tell anybody, and I'm guessing she's just gonna sit on that. She's gonna be like, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy about your father, man. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know. That's crazy. Why is she like this? So that's the tale. That's the tale as old as time about freaking Ever 17. About Ever 17. Let me go over. Hold on, because I was a little bit late for stream, so I'm still trying to make sure that everything is set. One moment. Yeah, everything is okay. All right, everything is set with the stream. Sorry about that. Okay, and that's my very long-winded explanation about why life is the way that it is. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Honestly, you need notes to keep track of everything that happens in Ever 17, so good on you. I guess, yeah, it was, to be fair, it wasn't a notes list that I had beforehand. It was me more so writing out my thoughts about, like, how can this be the case? What year did Takeshi say it was? And then I, like, put it down. It was basically the note that I made 2 hours after last stream, essentially. I went through everything, and I had to like monologue to myself, written monologue to myself about like how could this be the case, and like think it through, and I was like, oh, okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. So that's where we're at right now. Why always seems to be the biggest question, like Lotus or Quark or Eric. That is true. I don't feel like actually now you mention it, I don't feel like I really got a good answer as to why Eric. I mean, I get it, but also I don't know. But I'll be interested in seeing just the why for Takeshi especially. And what if... Is Tsugumi just misguided? Or does she really not... Why is she saying, like, everyone here is out to get you, kid. Don't trust them. You know? Like, what is she... And she doesn't even know the real answers herself. So, like, why is she saying that? Is it just the whole thing with Sora? Or, like, I don't know. That's another big question as well. So... But that's what I figured out off stream. That's what I figured out off stream. This freaking game. This game. I wonder how many people actually got caught off guard by that twist, because I don't feel like a lot of people would. Immediately, everyone would go like, this is a weird ass way to write a date. No one would write the year as 02 for 2002 at the very beginning. No one would do that. No one would do that. So I feel like most people would sidestep that, but there's still a lot of questions more so than anything, right? So... Who's to say? Who's to say? But yes, with all that said and done, I believe we're all set to continue. Let me actually hold on. Let me move this over here so I can have easy access to that. And then, yes, now we are all set to continue. The late start pushed our breakfast time back later than usual. So also, last time, Sara gave the scream of death. She gave a freaking scream of death, and it was very horrendous and terrifying, and oh my gosh, why? Why? Sora had put in a request, so we were going to have another picnic. She really seemed to enjoy them. We spread out the same Myun blanket near the rest area. I went to go check the trap that we had set the night before while everyone was preparing, just in case we caught something. I also didn't pick up on this last time, but I'm pretty sure this is a reference to saying, like, Chami is here. Chami is here and alive and well, even if Takeshi is not, like, on the Tsugumi route, so he doesn't... you know, she's not able to reach him, but he's there, essentially. I thought it was more so to be like, oh, like, plant seeds of distrust, like, who would be destroying the food? Who doesn't want us to get out here, essentially? Get out of here. But no, I think it's just Chami. But just as I got to where we set it up, I saw Takeshi breaking down the trap. Huh? You're cleaning it up? Takeshi nodded silently. Meaning that... Takeshi's shoulders slumped, and he let out a big sigh. He looked so pathetic, I couldn't say anything else. I love how into it he is, though. He's just like, I'm never gonna kill this rat. How dare you? You risked your life for this rat. In another timeline. When we finally had gotten everything ready, Tsugumi appeared out of nowhere. She once again plopped herself down on the sheet and started munching away. I didn't know if Takeshi had matured overnight, but he held his tongue, though it was clear he was in a sulky mood. Sara and Tsugumi didn't look at each other. It seemed like they were ignoring each other. Oh yeah, yeah, that too, I forgot about that. Why are they on such bad terms? See, so many questions. What? My thing is, yeah, I was gonna say, like, what if, we, like, they know that it's the year 2034, but that can't be the case. At least in Tsugumi's case, we confirmed that is not the case. That is definitely not the case. And it's like, how do I, because I was like, what if something happened while we were, quote unquote, in cold sleep or whatever, right? What if, essentially, they had some sort of falling out, and this is a continuation of that falling out. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Tsugumi seems pretty dead set that, like, yeah, this is the year 2017. Apparently, they still weren't getting along. Everybody tried to make the best of it, eating, chatting, and having fun. Ready? Rochambeau. Ready? Go. I lost again. Oh, I can skip this. I can skip this. Where's skip button? Skip until next choice. There we go. A friendly little heads up for someone out there, me, sending you good vibes and good hopes for today because you're genuinely so special. Thank you so much for joining, Kenneth. I hope you've been doing all right. I hope you've been doing well. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you so much for joining. I am here. I am here slightly angry at the game for misleading me, for trying to mislead me. You almost got me, game. You almost got me, but I will not be fooled so easily. And, you know, immediately in the next scene, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna be like, oh, I wonder what that meant. That's gonna be so freaking obvious. So, but I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. When are you ever not mad at the game? True. True. I'm not mad at the game, but when am I ever not mad at the dumb shit that some people say sometimes in this game? When am I ever not mad at that? That's to be fair. After that, I decided to go to the infirmary and sleep. It wasn't that I was feeling ill. It was simply that I wasn't getting enough sleep. I wanted some quality rest. I slept so deeply that I didn't even dream. When I awoke, it was already around evening. Also, that means that last time Yu was telling us a little bit more about the virus, right? The Tiefblau virus. And that means that this virus was first discovered in the 80s, like let's say 1984, 6, around that time for reference. And then it apparently was completely eradicated in 2007. And then after that, for whatever reason, in 2017, or just after 2017, or just before 2017, it seemed to come back in full force again. So it makes me worried about, like, what is the outside like right now? Are people suffering from it constantly? What does it mean that... Are we, like, the first outbreak? Or... No, that can't be the case, but because her mom still died in 2019. I don't know. I don't know what that means for, like, the world outside, but it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well. It also had me thinking about, and I know, like, the obvious answer is the writers didn't think that far ahead, so, you know, why should you? But consider the following. I think that Never 7 and Ever 17 are two different timelines. That's to me. It is possible that Never 7 takes place between the years of 2017 and 2007 and 2017. It is possible. That's entirely real, entirely possible. But I don't know. I think it's kind of a little bit more fun if we think of the branching point as Julia in the hospital. If Julia lives, then we're on the Never 7 timeline of, like, yeah, everything's fine, everything's cool, and then Courie syndrome relating to delusions and, like, making manifest your reality. But if Julia dies in the hospital, we never got confirmation that she died. But, you know, again, bear with me. If she dies in the hospital, then we're on the Ever 17 timeline of Courie syndrome being this thing where you just stay young forever, essentially. That's what I had in mind. And again, Julia's, like, life or death being, like, the branching point of that whole situation. That's what I thought, at least, for me. I don't think the writers thought that. I don't think the writers thought that. And again, I'd be interested in seeing if that theory holds up for, like, Remember 11, for example. If Remember 11 takes place directly after Ever 17, or if it's a completely different timeline. But that was what I was thinking about off stream. When I awoke, it was already around evening. There was a memo by the bed. We will be in the conference room until dinner. If you wake by then, please come along. I'm sorry for making you hang out with me the last couple days. Please make sure you get enough rest. You. Judging from the signature, it seemed that you had left it. I got out of bed, stretched, and left the room. 4:22 p.m. I started walking in the direction opposite the conference room. I decided to take a walk around the complex for fun. I got into A. I thought that it might make a good change of pace to walk around the floor I hadn't spent much time on. Oh, is this when you... Can I skip this? No, surely not. This is when we go and visit Sara in the whale room, right? Or something. No. That happened before this point. Because it would have happened immediately after Tsugumi had slapped her. So not yet, apparently. One moment, I'm going to take a sip of water. Alrighty. My theory is that we're gonna finish this route at the very least today and start the next route. I guess the next route is the Sora route, right? Yeah? Because we've already done... Yeah, I guess it has to be. That was my thinking. I rode down to the 3rd floor that was flooded with water. I wondered where I should go. I looked around thinking. It was then that it happened. I saw her again. Hey! I saw her small figure cutting across the corridor. I was sure of it. It was that girl. I chased after her. Her skirt shook back and forth as she walked farther and farther away. Okay, no, we still see her. We still see her. Never mind then. I guess we'll skip through it. The room was dimly lit. A massive whale floated like a majestic phantasm in a cosmic room. The girl was in the middle of the room. She was facing away from me, sitting and hugging her knees. I finally caught up. I approached her as I caught my breath. I heard, no, no, don't do it, please. My system can't handle it, please. I heard singing. It sounded like phrases from a children's song. Please don't do it. Moon's right, shouldering a long bow. Okay, it's okay. It's not stuttering. It's all right. Waiting inside a dream. I felt like I had heard the lyrics somewhere before. Somewhere, I was sure. In the distant, distant past. I wondered if it was my missing memory that was making me feel that way. Hey, you! Her shoulders jumped with shock, and she stopped singing. Slowly, she turned back to look at me. They did it intentionally, man. The way that she looks here, like they did it intentionally to know that it would freak you out. It was the girl after all. Why do you run away from me? Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. It really did matter to me, but since I had finally been able to confront the girl, I felt a surge of relief. Well, why don't we go where everyone else is? I held out my hand as I said that. Finally, she stood up and spoke. Was that like a double voice?
Oni-chan.
What? The girl just stared at my face. Let's go. I took her hand and tugged it as I began to walk. The insides of my mind were churning. It was because of what she had just said. Inside of me, it felt like there was another me screaming. That was how I felt. I found another girl! What is happening? Huh? You just grabbed her? Like you could actually physically, like your hand wasn't, like... Huh? Your hand wasn't like dissolving like through her or anything, like a soda situation? But Takeshi couldn't see her. But Takeshi was also drinking alone and I don't know, being weird in general. So how am I supposed to believe anything? I found another girl. I burst into the conference room as I shouted that. Of course, I was still leading the girl by the hand. Everyone turned to look at me at once. Huh? Another what? What are you talking about? Are you talking about that girl? Yeah, I found her in the cosmic whale room and brought her here. Is it Sara? But why? Why? What's the matter with everyone? Why aren't you surprised? Maybe you better rest for a while. Damn, even Tsugumi is saying you're freaking crazy, man. You're crazy. Death by singing. A new form of a Danganronpa execution. Death by singing. What? Hey. The girl was tugging at my sleeve. I turned to look at her, but the girl that I had brought back was... What are you doing, dragging me here all of a sudden? Just when I think I have this game all figured out, it's just like, yeah, well, you know, she can fade in and out of existence, and like in her place will just appear Sara instead. So just simultaneously at the same time. So, you know. But in the other scene where Takeshi was like, who the hell are you talking about? It's not like he saw anyone. It's not like he even saw Sara. He didn't see anyone there. Sara? I looked back at everyone. This isn't right. I swear, I saw her. We were walking here hand in hand. It wasn't Sara. Is that right, Matsunaga-san? No, I didn't see anybody else. You freaking liar? Are you doing it on purpose? The kid just suddenly grabbed my hand. What? Sada, why are you lying? Huh? What are you talking about? You're the one who's lying. What? The girl was in the cosmic whale room. She was sitting down, hugging her knees. She was singing some kind of, like, phrases to a kid's song. I'm telling you, that was me. Sada was red-faced and shouting. You don't have to tell everybody about it. Jeez, what's with her? What's going on here? He was like, I didn't want to deal with this shit right now. Yu groaned as she slapped her forehead with her hand. Kid, just forget about everything else and get some rest. I'll bring you some dinner later. What is going on with this guy? I thought about a lot of things as I plodded to the infirmary. Things leading to that point, things to come, the odd things going on, things I couldn't figure out, things I needed to find out, things I needed to decide. I know that in Zeroscape, for example, the Radical 6 virus comes with this very weird and quirky symptom of clawing your freaking throat out, you know? You have to, like, literally, like, end your own life, you know? So I'm thinking... But no, he had it before. Well, it can lay dormant for a period of time and then it goes into activity again, right? So it's possible that perhaps a symptom of Courie syndrome is maybe confusing memories of, or like melding memories. But then why doesn't it happen to anybody else? Has anyone else here had Courie syndrome essentially? Or no? Not Courie syndrome, the TV, Tief Blau. Everything I've been trying to avoid thinking about all rushed into my mind at once, making it a confused mess. I couldn't help thinking and worrying about things. About you. What if the man who died 34 years ago wasn't Yu's father? Don't even worry about it, my guy. I solved it. I solved the case. Then who is her real father? I think another thing that helped like tip me off to the idea as well was this idea that when Kid and you were thinking about it last time, they reached the conclusion that like the only logical thing, the thing that makes the most sense is what Sora was saying, right? The idea that the man had died 34 years ago and then her mom had died like 15 years ago or whatever, right? And I thought to myself, okay, so we figured that out. The first question that I would have if I were you is not necessarily who has been raising me this entire time, like who is the true identity of that person, but rather how did they conceal their identity for so long? How did they pretend to be, because you know, you're the daughter, so at least one person would have referred to her as like Tanaka Yukie, you know? At some point you would have been like, yeah, that's her. So you would have thought to yourself, how did they get away with it for so long? And I think I was thinking that because I thought the game was going to be like, hey, Bleach Pharmaceuticals is a big corporation. They could easily have this woman like fake her identity, take on the identity of one of their dead employees or whatever. I thought the game was going in that direction, but it didn't seem like it was doing it. It seemed like they were really focusing in on like who was a true identity. And it's like, to me, that's not the question I would be asking. So that also made me like really hesitant about like, I don't think something is right here. Then who was her real father? Who was the woman that died 15 years ago really Yu's mother? If not, then who was? About me. Why did I keep having premonitions of the future? What did it mean? Who was the girl? Why had I mistaken Sara for her? Why had I even lost my memory in the first place? What had happened to me in the past? What did Tsugumi know about all of it? Nothing. Nothing. She doesn't know shit, apparently. So you don't even have to worry about that. And why are we all trapped in Limu? Was it just an accident? Or something else? 8:19 p.m. A few hours later, the installation started to flood again. Dritterstock, from the partition to the cosmic whale, was submerged. Casualties, none. Flooding to other rooms, none. If the whale room has been flooded at this point, does that mean that this is when the Sara route ends? So, yeah, I had all kinds of ideas about Yu's mother. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can just like, a lot of different ways that you can take the information at face value. You could turn on his head. A lot of different ways that you can think about it. So it was pretty interesting. I liked, even if the answer was like ended up being pretty relatively obvious given the way that they wrote the date. I would say that overall, it's still a very interesting part of the story. Also, hello, Albert. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hold on. Okay. Flooding to the other rooms, none. Chance of damage spreading, none. Soda's voice conveyed the situation over the intercom in a matter-of-fact tone. The cosmic whale room. I had been there until just shortly before the flooding. But somehow, it felt like there was some event that had taken place far, far away. I covered my head with the blanket, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. I tried to search for the world I should be in, for the place I should return to. I didn't play the other games before playing this, so it was really out. I was really out there. Did you play? Do you mean like the other games, as in like the other games in the Infinity series, or like the other games in like other Uchikoshi games? Like you had never played an Uchikoshi game before this point? Because if so, if this is your first introduction, then that's wild. It's probably a good starting point because, you know, the other games will build off of this point. But also, that's a very interesting way to sort of get into his writing style, if so. And for myself, the next thing I knew, I was standing there. The corridor I was in wasn't very popular. Isn't this the corridor in the basement? It was completely silent. It was narrow, dark, cold. Where is this? I wondered if I was really in Lima. Nothing looked familiar. It was like an unknown world. I just stood there in the middle of the foreign corridor. Wait, I knew that space. For some reason, it seemed familiar to me. Yeah, first visual novel ever. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, I see. So that's why. Yeah, in that case, this is a freaking doozy of a first visual novel ever. That's a doozy. Okay, I see. Yeah, in that case, I feel like it's a good starting point though, overall, because it's like, as much as I enjoyed playing through Never 7, I don't think it's going to be quite as important as the other two, right? And then also, I feel like this is a good point to like get into the other Uchikoshi games after this, because he only builds on ideas from here, essentially. I'm starting to see like, oh, it all comes back to this. So that makes sense. What made you start playing it? Was it just like a friend recommended it to you, or was it just like, you know, you just happened to start it? Like an image that appeared and hid in the mist, but not quite visible. Or like the moon peeking in between gaps in a thick night fog. Considering he made this game before things like Zero Escape, it seems pretty common, no? Yeah, but like not in the way that, because Zero Escape is out now, I guess. Because Zero Escape is out now, and people prefer like games like Danganronpa and Zero Escape are more popular than this game, right? By a large margin, I would imagine. By a large margin. If this was the only thing that was out, that would be one thing, but also just having this be like in relation to Zero Escape, and everyone knows Zero Escape, and everyone's like, play Zero Escape, it's so good. You probably start with Zero Escape and be like, whatever. Whatever, who cares about the other ones? So I guess it just kind of depends. Yeah, playing this first could give you a slight wrong impression of visual novels. That is true. Not all visual novels are certainly like this. They certainly aren't. So I was thinking The Thing, The Abyss, etc. I was just getting into anime, manga, visual novels, J-Rock. I was just trying to find the best I could in each medium. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense then. And this is just like this is a very traditional visual novel. The only gameplay is choices. There's no like puzzle rooms or anything like that. So in the very traditional sense, this would probably be rated pretty highly. I gotcha. Huh. It's funny because I started the series and I was like, nobody's watching this if they haven't played any other Uchikoshi games. And it still holds true. Like, I don't know if you've still like played any of the other ones, but I guess there is a possibility like people started with this game first. I thought for sure they would only be checking it out if like they had played it's like, I like Zero Escape, maybe I'll just check this out and see what it's about. So it was a corridor that stretched on straight forward. It seemed to go on forever in both directions. I started walking without really thinking about it. I've been here before. But where could that have been? It felt like something long ago, but at the same time, something recent. I couldn't remember when. I just kept walking to nowhere in particular. I have to go. But where is it that I felt like I had to go? I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to go. That's why I'm walking. In a soundless world. A colorless world. A scentless world. A world that didn't exist anymore. Yeah. Huh, okay. And then the scenery suddenly changed. I found myself in a big room. So it was here then, when he was throwing the whole tantrum last time in the Sara ending. It was here. He's remembering here specifically, and not like some unspecified location. I think it is specifically here. It was big and white and quiet. This looks like a hospital. That's what I thought. In a corner of the room were 3 capsule-like machines. As if they were calling out to me, I approached the capsules. Someone was in the capsules. Someone was sleeping in there. I better not be drinking cocoa, because why is she running around then? Why is she running around? I reached out to my right hand out toward the capsule. My hand made contact. And that instant, without a sound, the lights went off. Huh? Startled, I tried to jump backward. But my right hand was stuck to the capsule and I couldn't pull it back. I looked back at the capsule. From the point where my hand was touching the capsule's lid, the blackish, sticky liquid began seeping out. No, it was more dark blue than black. The capsule continued to ooze, blackish blue and deep blue. Black Blue, you're in you're in this game. You got mentioned. You got you got title dropped. I didn't know and couldn't imagine what was going on. That's right. Someone's inside. I have to open this and save them. But my body wouldn't move. It felt paralyzed. I stopped breathing and could only watch what was unfolding. Finally, that sticky blue liquid covered the entire capsule. But it didn't stop there. It kept going. To the floor, the walls, the ceiling, as if it would swallow the whole room. It was like a living animal with a will of its own reproducing itself. I'm famous! I'm famous! Yay! The sticky blue liquid began to crawl up my body. Up my legs and my hands, inside my clothes and between my legs. I couldn't shake it off or scream. I could only watch. After covering my body, it forced my mouth open and started flowing inside. It invaded me through my ears, nose, and the pores of my skin. In my body, the blue traveled around, reaching my brains, lungs, and heart. It began eating at my brain, my organs, and my blood vessels. Kid, why can't you just have a normal dream? Why can't you just be normal? The blue liquid sucked my blood and started changing its color to black. I was changing into something that wasn't me. Assaulted by boundless fear and horrible despair, I howled a soundless scream. 1:22 a.m. My eyes snapped open. Okay, so I don't know if we saw that scene last time. I'm gonna say no. It might be recontextualized given that I saw the room now, but I'm gonna say we didn't see that. I'm gonna say we didn't see that. My eyes snapped open. The next thing I knew, I was on a bed. It smelled of disinfectant. Can I skip this? I can't. I wondered where I was. I was drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding. I had a dull headache. I lifted my torso and glanced around me. The room was dim, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was scenery that I knew. Oh yeah, I'm back in the infirmary. Alternatively, Uchikoshi is playing so much 4D chess that he predicted Black Blue was going to be a viewer, a Vtuber playing Ever 17 at some point. Could be too much credit though. Nah, he knew. he just used the morphogenic field. He's like, yeah, I know. The freaking ghostwriter thing, he's like, yeah, but how did he know to write that story? It's because the ghost, the hunter skill, where it's like a ghostwriter took your hand and wrote the story for you. Oh man, I finally realized that I had just been having a dream. I got my breath back and thought back to the dream. Let's see. What had seemed so vivid only moments ago seemed to vanish from my mind like clouds covering the night sky. All that was left was an unknown fear, a slight headache, and a fragment of a dream. I gave up and looked around me. The area was enveloped in a faint darkness. It wasn't a blackout. The lights had been dimmed to make it easier to sleep. The proof seemed to be the light breathing that I could hear coming from the bed next to me. I thought it might be Sara. Wide awake, I got out of bed. I suddenly noticed something. There was someone lying face down in the bed next. There was someone lying face down next to my bed, asleep. Face down? I squinted to see who it might be. It was you. I thought that she was going to be sore for sure after sleeping in that position. To at least keep her from catching a cold, I went to cover her with a blanket. Just then,
Kid, good morning.
aw, she stayed here. She was like, I gotta. It was like, yeah, he is trying to help me. So she did stay here.
Oh, did I wake you up? No, I didn't mean to go to sleep. I guess I dozed off. All right then.
You shouted as she stood up.
So, how are you feeling?
I feel perfectly fine.
How could you be? You've been hearing things, seeing things, and that's proof that your nerves are shot. I've been looking around for you every night, so I feel kind of I've been looking out for you every night, so I feel kind of responsible.
I've been looking out for you every night, so I feel kind of responsible. No. It's not your fault.
Well, that makes me feel a little better.
Saying that, you shrugged her shoulders.
I'm done with the bed, so you can sleep here, you. What about you?
I slept enough this afternoon. I'm not tired.
I see.
You thought for a minute.
In that case, will you hang out with me tonight?
Sure. We decided to hang out again that night in what seemed to be becoming a nightly ritual. 1:45 a.m. Oh, we're back here. We're back here. We immediately went back here. Okay. So this is gonna be like our special place. What was the special place for Sara? I guess that one time that we went swimming, the room with all the water. It didn't really seem that special in the grand scheme. Oh no, the cosmic whale room. That that place. Yeah, I guess the cosmic whale room because she almost died there. We didn't spend a lot of time in there either, to be honest, given everything. But sure. The Lemurian ruins. We climbed on top of the roof of one of the buildings and gazed out over the scenery. I actually didn't know why we had decided to climb up on that particular night. The whale place, right? Yeah, the whale place. I feel like the whale place would be, to me at the very least, it would be probably their special place, but I don't know. I feel as it kind of got underutilized because they only spent one one time in there before it was like certain imminent death, you know? So I don't know. It feels who's to say? Hello, I saw you were live and just spent the last week binging your Never Seven VODs, and it got me into the series. I just finished the finale yesterday and started this one today. Hello, Rampaging Snails. Rampaging Snails. Nice name. Hello. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm glad that people have been enjoying the Never Seven playthrough because I didn't expect anyone to actually look at it. But I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I hope you enjoyed it, Never Seven. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind comment. Thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate it. Um they angry. They big angry. But she sang the song and shit, right? Which is a big deal. Did she sing it in the whale room or did she sing it? I thought she sung it in the infirmary for Sara. But yes, Rampaging Snails, I hope you if you don't want to get, you don't want to get spoiled and like bow out, of course. Feel free to do so. But yeah, I hope you enjoy what's to come of Ever 17. I've been enjoying this game like a lot, a lot, especially compared to Never Seven. So it's very, very fun so far. I hope you enjoy what's been out so far because I'm enjoying it. You have a lovely voice. I need to run before spoilers, but much love. Thank you, thank you again. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay, thank you. um, yeah, I think it was in the infirmary that she sang that one song. That was where it was stuttering. There, there's clips to prove this point, uh, but not actually in the whale room, unfortunately. So I actually didn't know why we had decided to climb up on that particular night. But if I was to take a stab at the reason, it was probably because Lemuria was so beautiful then. For a while, the two of us were silent, just enjoying the view. Finally, I started the conversation. Let's get to the bottom of things. I feel like she's saying at least in a couple of places, but you are the notes person. I don't have any notes. I want to clarify. It is me like saying some shit, just saying some shit. I don't actually know, so I don't keep notes of things. It's interesting as well. Oh wait, I was gonna say something. I was gonna say generally about Never Seven. I had to look up. I was gonna look up something for Never Seven just to check something. I was like, I'll type in. Oh yeah, it was the Julia situation. So I went and I typed in on YouTube. I was like Never Seven because I wanted to see the scene again. And I was like, anyone's playthrough of it will do. And I think nobody else has played through it. I think that's the issue. No one else has played through it in their entirety. People have given reviews on it, but no one else has played through it. So it's kind of, at least it's the one English speaking playthrough that you can find readily available on YouTube, which is kind of interesting. Kind of interesting.
To the bottom of what?
Let's get to the truth about your past. About your mother and father. That and the truth about my past. About my lost memories and my ability to see the future. That and one more thing. The truth about all of our pasts. And why this accident happened. Why were we the only ones trapped here? Why couldn't we get out? I'm tired of dwelling on this. I mean it. Let's really figure things out tonight.
Kid.
You stared into the distance.
I'm sorry, but could we just forget about that today?
Huh? Why?
I just feel so tired.
No, you don't understand. I pulled out the freaking calculator for this. Like, I worked out the dates. I have the answer.
That wasn't the reason why I invited you here today.
I wondered why we had come there.
Why do you get so caught up in knowing about the past of people? You can never take back what's happened in the past. All we can do is live in the moment with what's happening to us right this instant. We can't hop back and forth to the past or the future. That's what you say, but I freaking don't worry. I have save slots and flowcharts. Don't worry about that. The future will come. But until that moment comes, the future is just like the dark. You can't see anything.
Wow, that's niche. It is that niche. It is that niche of a game.
You never know what might happen a minute from now. The future is scary, so that's why people look to the past. If you look back, everything is clearly illuminated. But the past is really the same. The further that you get away from the present, the darker it is and the less you can see.
To me, it seemed to lose your memory like I had. To me, it seemed to lose your memory like I had made everything pitch black. Gotcha. Okay. To me, it seemed to lose your memory like I had made everything pitch black. No, rather, things became normal.
The only sphere that we can truly know is really tiny. Especially when it comes to time, we're essentially blind. That's why I just want to value this moment. The past and the future, I don't care about them anymore.
Has she figured it out as well? Has she figured out that, like, oh, the only way that's gonna work is either Sora is lying to me, which she wouldn't do because we've, like, overwritten the code, essentially, or I think we've been here a lot longer than we think we've been. I was left speechless. There was nothing I could be expected to say. Because she was no longer focused on reflecting on her past. She was different from me. I alone was intent on knowing everything. I believed that I had to know it, or else. But you wasn't like that. The dragon had left the damsel free. There was no longer any need to vanquish it. I didn't know how much time had passed. 2:13 a.m. There's nothing for us to do, so we gave ourselves to the slowly passing time. Even though there was no meaning in it, I didn't feel like there was any reason for being there. I've had enough of this. I stood up quickly. So, should we get some sleep?
Huh?
What? What's wrong?
I want I want to spend just a little more time with you.
Huh? But there's nothing for us to do, is there? That's what I wanted to say, but you said...
There's something about being with you that relaxes me.
I sat down again where I was. I figured that even if there was nothing to me, it might mean something to her.
Hey, do you know what I'm thinking right now?
I shook my head.
Guess.
I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
You traveled through time, right? You experienced all this before, right? In that case, you should know what I'm about to do.
You don't believe in time travel, right?
That's not what I'm saying. So guess.
You repeated herself. Are you gonna do something?
Yeah, probably.
What are you gonna do?
I keep telling you to guess, right? You don't know?
I don't know.
What is it that you're supposed to do at times like this?
What?
Use your other eye.
My other eye. The third eye.
Yep.
Where are we right now? We have the first eye and the second eye. Where are we? There we are. We're at the third eye, baby. we're here. We've seen the truth. Are you gonna I guess you've already figured it out then. Maybe that's why you're like, I don't care what happens anymore. I don't care. I literally don't care.
Yep. When the third eye opens, true wisdom is apparent, and all becomes visible.
But how?
You want me to teach you?
Yeah. It was something I had hoped for. If I could harness that power, then my past memory.
First, do you know where your first eye is?
I cocked my head, thinking.
It's here.
Why are you pointing at me? There you go. As she spoke, Yu's index finger approached my right eye. I closed it. The tip of Yu's finger touched my eyelid.
And the second eye? Right here.
Without giving me a second to think, Yu did the same to my left eye.
And then the third eye. That's right here.
I felt something soft touch my lips. It was a jump scare. Hi. Startled, I opened my eyes. My mind went completely blank. I wasn't sure what was happening. Okay. I had a feeling, honestly, that she might do this. I had a feeling, based on the mood and everything, that she might do this. My mind went completely blank. I couldn't think of anything. The third eye. Had I found true wisdom? Had all things become visible to me? It was a lie. I felt more and more confused. The scene in front of me, the soft touch of skin, and the sweet smell that made my brain numb, it was all I could do to absorb those. That so-called third eye gave only the truth, warmth, confusion, and affection. That night passed as I etched pure, slow, and new memories into my mind. I had a feeling that she might do that. I mean, I'm not gonna, maybe I'll, just in case, because, you know, anything is possible. I've played the Zero Escape series. Anything is possible, unfortunately, when you're playing an Uchigoshi game. I'll reserve judgment until after I've completed the game and I know for sure. I think it's a little weird still. Obviously, we've been in stasis for like 15 years, so we're both like technically adults or whatever, but you know, is that really true? At least with Tsugumi, she was like, yeah, like I'm like trapped, but I'm basically 24. And she lived out those years. She lived out those years of experience. So she had that. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than being in, I don't know, cold stasis or not having our memories, or maybe she does have her memories or something like that. So a little weird right now. I'll reserve judgment until after everything is over. The next morning, after breakfast, we all gathered in the conference room. More accurately, we gathered because Sora had called us together. Tsugumi also made a rare appearance. Tsugumi was also there. There's an important reason why I've called you all here, and I feel like I can skip until the next choice. Now, let's end this meeting. Until there is new information available, please do what you will. However, if you do discover anything, please inform me immediately via Limith. Excuse me, Sora. Ah, yes, Komachi-san. What is on your mind? Tsugumi suddenly stood in front of Sora. Her smile seemed just a little forced. There's something I want to talk to you about. Alone. In private.
Yes, please. Actually, I have a proposal. An idea of how to escape from here. Yeah, this one. This actually happened on the Takashi route. Can I skip this or no? I can. and Takashi just has the dot. What happened? Those of us left stared at the hologram in the conference room and settled down, plotting a strategy to save ourselves. The four of us, also, hello, Kurtz. Hello, Kurtz. Welcome on in. Good evening. Good evening to you as well. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the 5 bits. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm here playing some more of this game and I don't know. Has everyone... I feel like everyone knows now except me. I feel like everyone has figured it out except me. Possibly. Maybe Sada as well. I don't know who to believe anymore. I'm losing my mind. But I hope you've been doing well. I hope you've been doing well. It's a classic visual novel. Yeah, we were just talking about that. It's a classic like highly rated, I guess. Very much so in the traditional visual novel sense. I could see how this would be highly regarded, right? So I can definitely see that. One of my favorites. Yeah. It seems to be a lot of people's favorites. So it's always nice. It's always nice. The four of us, you, Sada, Takeshi, and I, gathered around the table. We reviewed the facts as we knew them. There were 2 ways to get to the surface from Lima. 1. Use the elevator in the central area. 2. Climb one of the complex's 12 sets of emergency stairs. The central area floor was completely flooded. Even if we could get to the elevator, we couldn't be certain that it would move. We still didn't know the cause of that either. The emergency stairs were also filled with water from the 2nd floor, so they were impassable. There was only one method that could be used to remove the floodwater. That was to use a high-pressure fan to pump the complex full of high-pressure gases and purge it of seawater. But at that moment, we weren't able to operate the fan from inside Lima. Shit, it's time for break. It's time for break. It's time for break. Hold on. Let me go over the verb screen. I got so caught up in the game, man. All right. If you are here, it's time for the first break of the stream. Stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I'll be right back in about, I guess, 2 minutes now at this point. Oops. Sorry about that. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over back to game screen.
And I set the timer this time, don't worry. I won't forget. I won't forget. I promise. I promise. But we are back. We are back. Thank you for the welcome back. I even know a physical collector's version of it. Kurt, were you the one? I think you... No, I think it was somebody else. No. I have a vague memory of someone coming in during the Never 7 streams. Eons ago. Eons ago. And talking about how they had a collector's edition of the 3... I think of all 3 games, all 4 games even. And I thought that was so cool. I thought that was so neat. I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else who stopped by briefly. I can't remember. Or maybe lots of people have the, or maybe some people. The streams would obviously collect people, or basically like attract people who have a deep fascination with the game, you know? So that makes sense. So it might be just like 2 different people, if that makes sense. I think that was Kurt. It might have been you, Kurt. But still, I think it's incredibly dope. I think that's incredibly cool. And like the elevators, we still have no idea why. If we couldn't start it from the inside, then it could be started from the outside. But all communication channels to the outside have been cut off, and swimming our way to freedom was out of the question. The water pressure and other problems made that suicidal. And if we couldn't find a way out on our own, then we'd have to rely on rescue efforts from outside. But that was something we couldn't depend upon. We hadn't been able to communicate with the outside for the 5 days since we've been trapped, and there have been no signs that help was coming. It's also Saturday. At this point, yeah, the Sada route would have ended. Why does the Sada route end early then? And why does it seem like he's a lot sicker in that route? Unless I'm misremembering the timeline. Why does he seem like he's a lot sicker then? We hadn't been able to communicate with the outside for the 5 days since we'd been trapped, and there was no sign that help was coming. So we knew we had to exclude a miracle rescue from our options. No, from the beginning. We had reconciled ourselves with the facts of our situation long before. We figured that since there had been no contact or rescue, not even the slightest sign, maybe there was a reason people couldn't get near Limu. Or maybe someone had intentionally sealed us in. Yeah. Was it like the last... I'm trying to see if it's like... Because it makes more sense with the facts that have been presented so far. It makes more sense that they were trying to... Either like we had the virus and then we got brought here and they were hoping to develop like some sort of vaccine or something, or the virus, we were supposed to be... Something happened essentially, and the virus got out of hand essentially. But I don't... It'd be a lot more... I don't know how to fit in the idea that like, hey, we're meant to be protected here. We're actually not supposed to leave. I don't know how to fit that in with the facts of everything else, because there was a whole bunch of dead bodies in the basement again. So like, obviously the virus is in here. It still exists. What happened? Obviously they should have been here too. They were also safe. Because Takeshi didn't say anything about the corpses being like decomposed or anything. They were just fresh. They were recent. Maybe someone had intentionally sealed us in. So we came up with 3 steps we should focus on. A, restoring communications with the outside. Also, I didn't even check. No, I can't skip this. But it was only relevant if the people on the outside were willing to cooperate. B, find another way to drain the water from the complex other than the high pressure fan. But according to Sora, there was no other way to do that. C, find an escape route other than the elevator or emergency stairs, like maybe a submarine, like maybe a yellow submarine. But according to Sora's information, there were no longer any left at Limu. And her new priority is to protect us. And she's still not saying anything. I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, she's about to have her fallout with Tsugumi, obviously, but I still don't know. How? Is it just, like, don't go outside? I feel like she would just say, don't go outside, man. Like, I feel like you're better off in here, but we're obviously not. We're obviously not, because this place is gonna implode.
She had said that they had all been used during the evacuation on May 1st. What year, though? What year? Final conclusion. Current prognosis for escape. Hopeless. But there was one thing. Tsugumi had said there was an escape method that only she knew about. If it did in fact exist, and there was a way that all 6 of us could escape, then that would be our only hope. Right. There's really nothing we can do. We're gonna have to wait for a report from Tsugumi and Sora.
Yeah, but Tsugumi hasn't even come back yet.
She is kind of taking a long time. Maybe there's a reason.
Maybe. Hey, should I go see how things are going? Huh? Yeah, you go do that.
You're okay alone?
Yeah, fine. I'll just go take a peek.
With that, I left the conference room. 11:27 a.m. I headed down the corridor to the control room. With the situation the way it was, we weren't going to be able to find a solution no matter how much we worried about it. That was clear. So we would have to take control of the situation. But how could we do that? We couldn't just rely on thinking. We needed to act. The key to the first step down that path was in the hands of Tsugumi and Sora. That was what I believed. I arrived in front of the control room. I pushed the intercom buzzer, but there was no answer. My only choice was to open the door. When I did, I heard Tsugumi shouting. Okay, but now freaking Coco is not here to famously get her nosebleed and, collapse. So what do we do now? Skip on to the next choice? Nope. Don't make me keep repeating the same thing. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Tsugumi and Sora were in the middle of an argument so intense that it seemed like they might start going at it hand to hand. Neither one would budge. They just glared at each other. It looked as though they had been fighting for several minutes. The room was filled with tension. The two glanced at me for an instant before launching back into their argument.
Like I've been telling you, that place just does not exist. Sora, please, don't make me any angrier. You might be able to trick the others, but lies won't work on me. It's not a lie, but it is! It is! We know that it's a lie because we've gone through the other route. You still sticking to that line? It was a bad scene. Something about the whole thing screamed danger. It wouldn't do to let the two go at it like that. I retraced my steps, hurrying to the conference room. Everyone, we've got trouble! Without waiting for the door to completely open, I bounded into the room. Huh? That was quick. Sounds like something big is going down.
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
Come on! We gotta go and stop it!
I told them that as I struggled to get my breath back.
Stop what? Hey, explain what's going on!
What happened?
The central control room! Sora and Tsugumi, I found them fighting! I couldn't watch, so
This is bad news. At a time like this. Let's go. We've got to stop them.
Yeah, we better hurry.
We burst into the room. The room was full of sharp words and barbed looks. The atmosphere was tense. It left a bad taste in my mouth. Nothing had changed at all. It might be safer to say that things had gotten worse.
There aren't any floors underneath Jurderstock. We can't go any further. Liar. You're lying. I know. Oh, how I know. There is another floor under Limu. No, there's another facility other than Limu, and it's right below us, really far down. I'm right, aren't I? There is only one answer to your question. Oh, sorry. There's only one answer to your question. No such facilities exist. There have to be. Then what about that room? What is that Himmel about? Huh? Himmel? I thought I had heard... No, I had seen it before. The name of a room. Where have I seen it? But my memory was vague. I couldn't connect the name with any information in my brain. Listen, you don't know about it, but today the door is... You don't know about it, but today the door is open? You don't know about it, but today the door is
What are you talking about? Hey, Tsugumi! Takashi, don't interrupt her! Come on! Suddenly, Takashi got between them. Tsugumi, why don't you tell me about that? If we've all heard this much, you can't have anything more to hide, right? Takashi stared intently at Tsugumi. Takashi turned back to us. Hey, if you don't mind, I'll take care of this. Huh? What? Are you telling us to leave? Yeah, this many people arguing. Nothing will get settled. Why? 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 Why are you so suspicious, my guy? Why? So just leave this to me, Sora. Leave this to me, Sora, and Tsugumi. So this is what they were doing when they were talking outside the room. When Kid was really sick, they were talking outside the room about the Himmeldor and whatever. It was something about this argument or something happened. Leave us alone for a bit. Alright, let's leave this to Takashi. I guess it makes sense. These are the two girls that are on his route technically and not mine, so I guess I'll just leave. Sure, I can do that too. So, Kid? Why should the three of us be excluded from such an important discussion? I trust Takashi. And Takashi has trust in us. Don't trust him. He doesn't know what he doesn't know the year. Aw, the way that she's sad. She's sad. She's so sad. Takashi has his own take on things. And I think we should go with what he thinks. Thanks, kid. Whatever. Fine, Kuronari. We'll leave it up to you, okay? Alright, I got it. We left the three of them in the control room. After that, we decided to take some action of our own. It has to do with whatever's going on. He's like, in this route, he's very suspiciously in the control room, like he's looking for something. And then also it seems like he is getting drunk and talking to somebody who isn't there. It has to do with something like that. He's not something he knows more than Kid knows. But when we're the protagonist, he doesn't know anything. He literally doesn't know anything. The estimated time until Limu's implosion was steadily approaching. We decided to run a visual check on the complex to see how everything was. Of course, Limith had already checked everything, so it was a meaningless action. But we felt like we had to do something. 3:51 p.m. I took the corridor near the Cosmic Whale Room. Rather, near what remained of it. The Cosmic Whale Room was already filled with water. I wondered what the girl I had seen around was. Where'd she gone? Who was the girl singing that lonely children's song? Was she a ghost or something else? Just as I was thinking that... Suddenly, I was hit with a bout of dizziness. My vision contorted, and I couldn't stand. Okay, no, we have the virus. We have the virus. Here it is. I leaned against the wall and slowly crouched on the floor. I was unable to focus my mind. I felt cold. My joints were throbbing. Ow! My stomach felt like it was contracting in on itself. I couldn't stand and sprinted to the bathroom. I threw up everything in my stomach. It was a stew of half-digested chunks of tuna sandwich. I looked at it indifferently and put my hand to my forehead. I wasn't feverish, but I felt terrible. I took the A elevator up to the second floor. I needed to head toward the infirmary, intending to get some medicine. Along the way, I saw Takeshi. He was leaning against a wall, muttering. He was probably just talking to himself, but I heard what he was saying. Damn, nothing's happening. The lying woman. What? We don't have time for this. What? Who are you? Who even are you, man? A lying woman. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Hey there, Takeshi. Huh? Hey kid, what's up? How was the talk with Tsugumi and Sora? That. It's no good. Nothing there. Huh? What do you mean? Tsugumi's got it all wrong. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So the escape route. Now we're back to square one. That's a lie! We got the Himmeldor open! Ooh. Ooh. Takashi lied and everybody cried. What are you doing, my guy? I thought you were the protagonist of all time. I thought you were just a guy. You were just a guy. Oh, I see. I held out hope that he could pull us that he could pull us through. It was a bitter disappointment. Oh, that's right. I can't be standing around. I gotta run. I got things to do. Later. Looking stiff, Takashi headed off. I was left alone. Sara and Sora were in the infirmary, rather. It seemed the two of them were having a complicated discussion. So you can get into the Lieblich Company database through this network, right? Yes, it is theoretically possible. But the database at headquarters has security that makes what we have here look simple in comparison. Not only is it hard to break into, it will hack back at you. Besides, there are no open communication channels with the outside. But it's not like the cable connecting us to the group is cut off, right? Correct. So, even if we can't receive communications, we might be able to send them. There is that possibility. In that case... Huh? Hey, kid. When did you get here? I've been here for a bit. Oh, really? I didn't even notice. Is something wrong? You don't look so well. Yeah, well, that escape route that Tsugumi was talking about. So she turned out to be wrong? Yes, it would appear so. I see. What is happening? What is happening now? It's the paranoia, man. Now I don't trust anyone. Please, do not let it dampen your spirits. You can't give up hope. Like I said this morning, Limith and I are doing all we can to get you out of here. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, what are you doing here, kid? Oh yeah, I came to get some medicine, or some vitamin supplements. Huh? Are you feeling bad too? Too? You are as well? Huh? You too, Sara? Everyone seems to be fairly fatigued. Don't overdo it. Ooh, okay, so we all are showing symptoms then. In which case, yeah, I think we're trying to keep the virus, everyone's trying to keep the virus from getting out into the outside world again, is what I would say, but again, it was there in 2019 after they said it had been eradicated in 2007. So I don't know entirely, but I think we're not supposed to get outside. I think it's a very bad thing if we go outside. Nakyu is just here as well. I guess it's stress, or maybe lack of sleep. And all we've been eating is tuna sandwiches. Why don't you say anything about Teeth Blau? Why don't you say anything about it? And all those things are bad for my skin. As she complained, Sara took a jar filled with tablets from the medicine shelf. Here you go. I guess you took the same ones. I gulped down the tablets that Sara gave me. Where did you go? To the changing room. Huh? Why? She's going to change? Yeah, I don't know the details though. At that point, Tsugumi came into the room. Both Sara and Sora's expressions tensed. You too, Tsugumi? Huh? It's weird, but everyone seems to be feeling ill today. So I thought you might be feeling bad too. Not me. I just... Okay, so you don't even get sick, essentially. I thought you'd still come down with the virus and then your cells would regenerate, but... So it is. It's... Maybe we don't have what she has. We don't have the quote-unquote Courie syndrome. I think we've all just been in cold sleep this entire time. But no, that can't be true, because there's only 3 pods downstairs. If we are to believe that those pods are the pods of all time. Then... that still doesn't account for everybody. Who could that account for? That could account for you, who's freaking out. For Kid, who's also freaking out. And then for Sara, I guess? But not for you. And then not... Of course not for you. And then also Takeshi... I guess Takeshi has just been out and about. Again, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been out and about, perhaps. Possibly. Not me. I came to check things out. Speaking of weird, I think that guy's lost his mind. That guy? Do you mean Takeshi? Tsugumi nodded. He's been acting pretty strange. His eyes are all bloodshot, and he went into one of the emergency corridors. He was breathing funny and acting strange, too. Okay. Huh? He seemed to be in a bad mood, but was he that out of it? It was kind of like... He was kind of like that from the start, but I think he's maybe lost it. Huh? What do you... Huh? Huh? What do you mean he was acting strange? I don't think it could be this, but... Let me see. Right now, Kuranari-san is, Right now, he's just in the corridor above the changing room. Hey, maybe we should go take a look. I think you're right. Sora and I hurried out of the room. Oh, everyone, he's in the changing room. Sora is saying this. Oh, everyone, he's in the changing room. The two of us sprinted to the changing room. We arrived in front of it. There, we heard you give an ear-splitting scream. What the hell? No! What is this? I didn't believe it. It couldn't be. Damn, the Takeshi! The door was shut. We thought it might be locked from the inside. I knew it wouldn't work, but I was trying to kick open the door, but Sara stopped me. Sara went to work on the keypad next to the door. It seemed that she had the code for emergencies like this. The door opened. Sara did? Sara had the code? Why would Sara have the... I immediately burst into the room. Hey, Takeshi! Huh? Eh? He was alone in the room. She was already finished changing. What? But I wasn't doing anything! But where was he? They said he was in the changing room, right? Where is he? Is he like above the changing room, or is he in a room that's like adjacent to the changing room? Where is the Himmel door in relation to everything else? What? Who do you think you are, bursting in here? Idiot! Ah. The magazine you had thrown at me hit me in full force in the face. I felt a piercing pain in my nose. I'm dying, you! What the hell? I'm dying! You literally don't even know. Nakyu, you're alright? Huh? What are you talking about? But he still has the virus as well, then. What is he... Is he going to some place to, like, claw out his own throat, essentially? What is he doing? I mean, Takeshi... Katanari? What about him? What about him? Takeshi wasn't anywhere in the room. Come to mention it, there was no emergency exits in the room at all. There was no way for him to enter from in an emergency corridor. What about the scream just a minute ago? What was that? I rubbed my nose as I said that. Oh, that. You took the collar of her jacket and showed it to us. Look at this, it's got a coffee stain on it. Do you believe it? Oh yeah, yeah, that as well. There did seem to be a little black stain. That's all? You screamed because of that? Well, yeah. Well, yeah, duh. I mean, this is my favorite jacket. You gotta get a better favorite jacket. It's not my favorite for you. Don't just freak out like that. And if you're done changing, why'd you throw it at me? What are you talking about? You're the one who broke into a room where a girl might be changing. I looked again at the magazine you had thrown at me. On the cover was a glossy picture of a screw and screwdriver. It was a copy of Monthly Toolbox magazine. Just here? Okay. Sure. What is something like this doing in a girl's changing room? something red dripped on the floor. I had a nosebleed. Heck, why'd you have to go get a nosebleed? Leave it to someone named Kid to get a nosebleed. Talk about ironic. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just a little guy. I'm just the littlest guy. It's because you threw this magazine at me. No, it's because of the virus, though. I plugged my nose with tissues and handed it to me by Sara as I fumbled for an explanation. Don't tell me. You looked at that magazine and... Yuck! You're gross! That's not it! I guess we didn't have anything to worry about to start with. No, we definitely do! Where is he? Where is he? Oh well. With that, Sara left the room. She was like, whatever, I'm done with this shit. Huh? Are you leaving? Yep, I've got things to do. Things? Lots. There are things I've gotta take care of. Why? What are you doing? I thought that I detected a gleam of determination in Sara's eyes. So I'll leave the rest to you. Sara waved at me as she left, but an instant later, she had poked her face back in the room. Oh, you two! Take your own sweet time! That time, she didn't come back. Gosh darn it. I hate her. I hate her. 5:18 p.m. You and I sat on the bench in the changing room facing opposite directions. Finally, the two of us were alone. It was a situation I was trying to avoid. I fidgeted as I thought about the touch of her lips the day before. I wondered why we had stayed there. It was because you didn't try to go anywhere. With what Sara had said, I couldn't just say see you and leave. I'm worried we're gonna find Takashi dead, but are we gonna find everybody else dead? They seem to be doing a lot better than he is, though. But man, that would suck. That would suck a lot, I will say. If I did, she'd be able to tell that I was still hung up on the day before. I tried not to think about it. But the more I tried not to think about it, the more I did. The part of me that knew all of that pretended I was unaware of it while acting like I was, but that just led me to actually being aware of it. So I tried to pretend not to think about it as I was pretending to think about it. You're overthinking this, bud. Huh? Then I realized it was all meaningless. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I sat down next to you and stared at the ceiling. Back. Oh, that's right. The silence is bad. I better break it somehow. I thought I would try to say something and calm myself down. Those clothes really suit you. Huh? No, I mean, why did you change? Unfortunately, my mind was still in the state of confusion and wouldn't follow orders. I guess maybe you could call it an expression of my resolution. Huh? The reason I changed. You asked me, right? Yeah. I decided to dump the Limu uniform for the clothes I wear normally. It's a way of saying goodbye to my Limu self and hello to the normal me. I just want to get out of here and get back to my regular life.
About that, buddy. About that.
That's what I decided.
Huh. So that's why.
Yeah.
At this rate, I figured the conversation was sure to fizzle out. I need something to talk about. The third eye, Lemuria, use past. I don't know, man. We're back to Kid Yu No, this is a different one. There's a different one that was spelled slightly like this, but it's actually different. Mahakala. Sure. Sure. Let's go with the third eye. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to ask you about the third eye.
The third eye?
Yeah.
And the third eye. That's right here.
Suddenly, I remembered and visibly relived the feeling of our lips touching the night before. I was sorely regretting that I brought up that topic.
That reminds me.
Yeah?
I didn't really tell you about the meaning of the concept behind the third eye, did I?
No. You always say I'll tell you next time.
You're right. Well, this is a good chance for me to tell you the whole story.
Really? Well, you can skip the boring stuff. You stood up and turned to face me.
Ahem. It is time to start Professor Nakyu's seminar on the third eye.
I clapped for her heartedly. Yay! Woo! Yeah!
But first, we'll start with something that's blatantly obvious. People have two eyes, right? One on the right and one on the left. You winked one eye and then the other. With these two eyes, people are aware of the three-dimensional world around them. If you lost sight in one of your eyes, I wouldn't say it would be impossible, but it would be difficult to get a sense of the world, its depth and dimensions. Close one eye for a second.
Okay, I'm doing it. I closed my right eye as she said.
When you look at the world that way, the information you get is enough to basically form a flat image of the world. Of course, by focusing on different areas or moving your eyes, you could get a sense of a three-dimensional image of things, but it wouldn't give you anything close to the perspective or dimensional awareness that you would have using both eyes.
Fair enough, everything looked a little bit like flatter or like a little bit closer together. So yeah, exactly.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? Alright, I'll leave out the unnecessary stuff. In other words, this is what I mean. If a person looks at the world through one eye, they only get enough information for a flat two-dimensional view. Essentially, it's like a picture. If you're looking at a photograph of scenery, you have the trees in the foreground, a lake in the middle, and a string of mountains in the background. Thus, you get a sense of distance in the picture. But that picture is still only two-dimensional, right? It was developed on a flat surface. So a photograph is actually a three-dimensional image recreated two-dimensionally. Now that I think you understand that. What, you still don't get it?
This is very Akane. Even though, even despite everything, this is very Akane, I will say. You guys get asked about the rotating cow question recently? I don't know. No, I've never got asked about a rotating cow. Moo, and it just rotates and rotates, it spins and spins. I have not gotten asked about it. Is it something in this game, or is it just like a general meme thing?
What, you still don't get it?
I don't get it, and my left eye is tired.
Oh, well. Okay, this time close your left eye.
Okay, alright.
Hey, what are you gonna do to see with both eyes closed? I held the eyelid of my left eye shut with my left hand open, as my left hand opened my right eye. I held the eyelid of my left eye shut with my left hand opening the right eye. Oh, I see. It's actually, I'm right-handed, and it's actually a lot harder to close the left eyelid than it is the right eyelid. That one's easy. This one is actually like a little difficult. That's it. Now, how about we do a little experiment?
Experiment?
Nodding, you took a marker out of her pocket. She took the cap off and handed the marker to me.
So, what do I do?
Try to put the pen in the cap that I'm holding. You turned the cap in sideways and held out in front of me. You also have a visual for this as well. I guess it's like the equivalent of the cat in the box. Is it alive or dead? Here, we have a whole bunch of things in this library. Let's go over it. You turned the cap sideways and held it in front of me.
So what you want me to do is put the tip of this in that hole of yours?
Yeah, hurry up.
You want me to put it in?
Yeah. I took the shiny black pen, lifted it toward the little cap that you held, trying to put it in.
Huh, that's weird. I can't find the hole.
The slightly slippery tip wouldn't slip into the hole. I feel like there's a innuendo. I feel like the writers are aware of the innuendo, and there's just like, yeah, just go for it. Yeah, just go for it. Just go for it. I tried again and again, but it wouldn't go to where you wanted it to go.
It should be easier than this.
Jeez, you're really bad at this.
What do you expect me to do? My first time doing this.
Ow. Ow.
Sorry.
Where are you poking that thing? It's in the wrong spot. It's a little closer to you.
Here?
No, farther back. Right there. Stick it in, hurry. Click. Yay.
I got it, finally, it's in.
Oh, good, you did it. And it's your first time. So that's how it works. I think you've seen how hard it is to be aware of the different dimensions. Why was it so awkward afterwards? They're like, oh shit, I get you. Let's just move on from that. I think you've seen how hard it is to be aware of the different dimensions of things just from one perspective.
So?
To review, this is what I mean. The information that you get from one point is flat or two-dimensional information. To get enough information for a three-dimensional view, you have to have at least two perspectives. At least two different routes. Yes, I got you. At least two different routes. Okay. And we're on route 3 at this point, so I'm getting an idea. I'm getting a picture. I'm getting a picture. Alternatively, have you been asked to visualize an apple? I don't think I ever... No. Oh wait, the apple visualization test, and it's like, how do you see the apple? Is it like, do you see it in vivid color with all the details and stuff, or do you just see like a vague general image of it, or do you just see it in black and white, or can you not imagine it at all? I think I've seen that before. If that's what you're talking about, then I've seen that before. Yeah, I feel like I think it kind of depends. Like, I can be detailed about it. More often than not, I'd say, like, I'm right between the middle of being like, it's a red, it's like, you know, it's an apple, and then it's just kind of like colored in red, versus like having all the detail. I'm like somewhere right in the middle of that. So,
Everyone's a little bit different though on how they essentially view it, which is always is always interesting. It ties into the what do you call it? Some people like don't monologue in their head. Some people don't monologue in their head, you know? They're like, people who monologue, that's stupid. Like, what do you think, you're freaking Batman? Okay, buddy. And it's like, it's not really about like being edgy or emo or anything. It's just you need a constant through line in your head, so you're talking to yourself like you're a visual novel protagonist. Maybe not one-to-one, hopefully. Hopefully not one-to-one. But you are like narrating some things out in your head. You're like thinking about it. There's a common through line that can be interrupted or be like, oh wait, I have to go do this. Oh wait, no, wait, I should do that first. And you're not actually saying any of it out loud. But some people just don't have it at all, which baffles me because I don't know what I would do without the voice in my head. I don't know what I would do without that through line, you know?
To get enough information for a three-dimensional view, you have to have at least two perspectives.
It's also referring to whether you can spatially imagine it in all dimensions. Oh, I got you. If you can spatially. I know like on Twitter relatively recently, within the last like year, it's been like circling around like how much detail can you imagine it in? But they always focus on the 2D aspect of it and never like 3D. So that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think... Like, I can imagine it. I can imagine a scene right now, for example, where I go to the kitchen and I get an apple and I toss it up in the air and hold it again. And I hold it again. I can imagine that. But more often than not, I guess I'm imagining things in 2D if I'm not, like, thinking about it too hard, I would say. Yeah. I guess that's just what I'm so used to in terms of visual information, especially, like, being in the computer age, right? So... yeah, sure. It's not unlike how people vocalize to process information too. Yeah, exactly. Personally, the voice only exists because the more conscious, blah, 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 if I could read, I am of it. Otherwise, thoughts shouldn't form words. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair. I just feel like to me, I'm always I'm always forming words and sentences to understand, to think, you know. So. But I guess it kind of depends. If I'm like caught up in an activity, the less that I'm thinking about it, the more it's just like kind of like rote processes, so to speak. For example, I can fully imagine the core and emotion and color. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of depends. It's like if I sit here and I think about it, it's like, yeah, I don't think my first instinct would be to visualize it like that, but essentially, yes, yeah. That is your right and left eyes. If you don't use two viewpoints, then you won't be able to register what's going on around you in 3 dimensions. Hmm? Do you still not get it? I see what you're saying, but what does this have to do with the third eye? It doesn't have anything to do with it doesn't have anything to do with it. I've already just explained the whole thing. Alright, let me try something else. Let me ask you a question. I get what she means. I like how she's just like, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with it.
What kind of information can you get from one perspective?
You said 2-dimensional information, right?
And what kind of information can you get from 2 perspectives?
I think you said 3-dimensional information.
And from 3 perspectives, what kind of information can you get?
4-dimensional information, I guess? Yeah. This is the thing that was at the end of the second game of Zero Escape. It didn't go anywhere. I thought it would, but yeah, it's this sort of... I mean, it kind of did. It kind of played into the whole idea with the ending, but still, you thought it would play a bigger role, honestly. Huh? The 4th dimension. You nodded slowly, listening to me. So the 4th dimension was... Wait, what is it? Wait, what is a dimension again? You took a notebook out of her locker and started illustrating her points with diagrams using the familiar pen. Ooh. Why is it so tiny? 0-dimensional, a world made of points. With 0 dimensions, there is no mass or area. It is depicted using the coordinates, or we might call it nothingness, or even 0. 1-dimensional. It is an extension of the point. It is a straight line. In other words, a cross-section of a straight line is a point. It is depicted by one concept, length.
2-dimensional. It is a flat extension of a straight line. It is a flat world. In other words, a cross-section of a plane or flat world is a straight line. It is depicted using two concepts, length and width. 3-dimensional. It is a extension of the flat world. It is the 3-dimensional world. In other words, a cross-section of the solid world is a plane or flat surface. It is depicted using three concepts, length, width, and height. This isn't the most precise way of putting it, but you can think of 3 dimensions as an area in space composed of length, width, and height. By It really is, man. It really is. Okay, so this is, more than anything, I feel like this is the blueprint of, like, what would become Akane. Even though she's so different from Akane, because she's like, yeah, I only believe in facts, man. Like, you cannot get me to believe in aliens, whatever the hell else. I don't believe in. I don't believe it. This route, more than anything, feels like the blueprint of what Uchikoshi would enjoy writing about the most. And what his games would become. And, oh, did I read that? By depicting length, width, and height as X, Y, and Z axes, one axis adds a vertical element to the two other. And the 4 dimensions adds, what the hell is this? The 4th dimension adds a T axis, or time, to the 3, and because 4 dimensions is no longer just space, it is called time-space, the space-time, space-time, there we go. Space-time continuum, there we go. One of the X, Y, Z, and T axes adds a vertical element crossing perpendicular to the other 3. Am I doing the math on this correct? We have, hold on. We have Tsugumi, we have Sora, we have Yu, we have Sara, and then, yeah, the final person would be Coco. So we're saying that we need all 4 routes in order to unlock the truth of what is actually happening, which makes sense because you can't do the Coco route unless you do all other 4 routes. Essentially. So you need all the information that you can get. Crossing perpendicularly to the other 3. 4-dimensional. It is an extension of 3 dimensions, a world of space and time. In other words, my voice doesn't die. A cross-section of space-time is 3-dimensional. 4 dimensions is depicted using 4 concepts, length, width, height, and time. So basically, if you're able to gain the 3rd eye, you have enough information to experience 4 dimensions. Yep, it's space plus time. Just like we can use our 2 eyes to constantly have an image of the space in the world before us. So with 3 perspectives, we can also be aware of the cross-cutting element of time. Yep, that's it. You put a cap on the pen. I feel like I kinda understand now. What? My premonitions. I didn't travel through time. I know, you've gained the 3rd eye. That's why you know the future. Would you stop talking about these stupid theories of yours? You don't think so? Nope. I mean, there's no evidence. Why would your 3rd eye suddenly open? For what reason? By what method? Well, being in a life-threatening situation, maybe. I'll bet if I get my memory back, then I'll... That again? You always fall back on your amnesia. Well, yeah, it's a big part of who I am. It's a big part, that memory loss, me not remembering anything. It's a big part of who I am. You were looking for the cause of your memory loss in the first place, right? So what do amnesia and the 3rd eye have to do with each other? And what about that ghost girl you said you saw? I mean, it's so naive, stupid, and childish. But your mom believed in it, right? We're not going there. I don't want to think about the past. I told you yesterday as well. But... do you like things the way they are? You don't care if you never find out who your mom and dad were for the rest of your life? Stop it! You covered both her ears in denial. I wanted to know about my past. I still hope to find it out. But I don't have my memory nor any clue to go by, so... You have your memory, right? So that means you have something I don't have. You have a clue. And more than that, you were able to get information from Limeth. So how come you still don't want to think about it? I thought you came to Limu because you wanted to find out the truth. Why'd you change your mind? Did something make you change? Why are you denying your past? Isn't that the same as denying yourself? With your own two eyes. Why don't you try to face the truth directly? You! I grabbed Yu's arms and pulled them away from her ears. Answer me! Why? Why do you want to give up when you're almost there?
People really do make their whole personality about their ailments sometimes. Somebody has amnesia, it becomes their whole personality. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, get over it, kid. You've had amnesia for like 5 minutes. Come on, get over it. Chop chop, get over it, bud. I literally don't know where I'm supposed to go home from here. Come on. Nah, just get over it, man. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Why throw away everything that you've worked so hard for?
I shouted at her because I couldn't believe what she was doing. It was something that she would be hard-pressed to find in her wildest dreams. And just as she was about to attain it, she had suddenly changed her mind. I was nowhere near reaching my dream, but Yu's was almost within her reach. So I felt terribly, terribly disappointed. I don't get it. What you long to know is right in front of you, and I was so jealous and so happy for you. Why? I got scared. Huh? I got scared of learning the truth. Think about it. Everything that I believe so far has turned out to be lies. It's all just fiction. Tell me, is that supposed to happen? Is it normal? I can't believe it anymore. I can't believe anymore. I can't believe anything. I didn't know that the truth was this painful. You put her hand on her chest. It hurts. My heart hurts. The closer I get to the truth, the more my heart gets shredded to bits. I can't take it anymore. This is a lot of dots, my god. This is a lot of dots. I don't want to know anymore. I don't want to know what is real. A sudden sound and shaking made us look up. Ah! The next instant, warning alarm started shrieking. All around me, a squeal of straining metal echoed from the structure. The shaking continued on and off. What? No. No way! Could implosion already have started? It was 5:45 p.m. The estimated time of implosion was 4:30 a.m. on May 7th. But given the 12-hour margin of error, I thought it could well be the implosion. We burst out of the room. 5:46 p.m. The corridor was flooded, and the water level was rising. How did he know the exact time? I guess he just intuited it. How did he know the exact time there? I was stunned by how high the water already was. In a little while, the alarm ceased. It looked like the flooding had been stopped just in time. It looks like it's under control. Yeah. I wonder if everybody's alright. Let's go check. Sora! Sora! Can you hear me? But there was no response. It's no good. I bet the sensors are out of whack. Should we go find Sora first? She's probably in the control room. Yeah. We put our argument aside for the moment and concentrated on handling the situation at hand. You and I headed down to the 3rd floor. We have to find a way out of here, fast! You sprinted down the stairs. Even though we were in the middle of a crisis, I couldn't get my mind off of what we were talking about. The mystery surrounding Yu's parents, and my inexplicable premonitions. I just had a feeling that those two things were somehow connected to the third eye. Why? Why can't I shake this feeling? We reached the 3rd floor. Hey, you! What's wrong? I was just thinking. I was thinking that the thing about your parents and the stuff that's been happening to me might have something in common. I get the feeling that the third eye ties them together somehow.
What are you talking about? Do you know what kind of situation we're in right now? This is about whether we live or die. That's not important right now. It is. But you said your mom said the third eye. Don't talk to me about my mom. That person is not my mother. After saying that, you turned and started walking. Looking straight ahead, she made for the control room. I followed her. 5:53 p.m. Sora wasn't inside. I looked at the life reading numbers. 5. Not being human. I was like, no being human? It's like human being. No. Not being human. Sora wouldn't register on the bioscan, so the number 5 matched with the number of us we knew to be stuck in Limith. In other words, everyone was alive. But what is Takashi doing right now? Is he losing his mind? We didn't think it was a good idea to move from where we were. People on the outside might have found out what happened and be on the way. We decided to try and think of a way out. We looked at a map of the complex and talked about various possibilities. But at that point, we really didn't expect to find anything new. 6:24 p.m. You is your life found family. Found family is Catman. She really doesn't want to think about it, and it's like it's so surprising from her. It's like I get it. It's you're essentially being told like your mom is not who you think she is, right? So I get why she's like hung up on it a little bit, but also now's your chance to find any and all clues before this place blows up. Like now's your chance to look into it and never have any regrets about it. I'm shocked that she doesn't want to look into things. Huh? What does that shout mean? Could it be that could this be a message from the outside? What? Suddenly, the monitor displayed an image, and I'm gonna get some water because my voice is dying. Hold on. Also, luckily, you just redeemed a hydrate. There we go. Just in time. I will do so right now. Alrighty. Thank you again for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I thought it was something on my side beeping. It does sound like that. This game has good, like relatively good sound design, honestly. If the game weren't so crunchy, I could honestly believe that some of these sounds were just happening. Were just happening around, like outside or like just on my phone or things like that. I could definitely see that. Suddenly, the monitor displayed an image. It was a shaky video mixed with static. When the screen finally settled down, what the what is it? It showed a face of a girl I didn't recognize. Yeah, that's how I feel too. What are you talking about? Remove window? Isn't that your mom? Mother. Was she? Use mother? She just said mother and is looking at someone who looks very similar to her. So yeah, I don't know, man, but I think it might be her mother. No. Oh shit. You're not, are you? Are you saying that because you don't think that she's your mother anymore? You're not really my mother, are you? That's right. What? I am not your mother. What? You are terrible. How could you lie to me all this time? I can't talk about that yet. Why not? You deceived me all along and... What is happening? What is happening? You even want to hide the truth now? I never deceived you. I may not have been able to call myself your mother, but you are really my child. You were born of my body. Don't lie to me! I'm sorry, Hugh.
Me when I show up and I'm like, I got this. I pulled out the calculator. I know the real year. I know Takeshi's full of shit. Everything's been solved. Case closed. Let's go home, everybody. You were born of my body. You're not actually my... I'm not actually your mother. But you really are my child. Clones? This is the only thing I have to fall back on. How many times in this one playthrough have I said the word clones with no avail? With nothing that follows afterwards. Clones? I'm sorry, you. After you come up here, I will tell you. Here. Where is here? Where are you? I'm on Inselnull, the floating island. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you... The woman vanished from the screen, and a man appeared. This is worst times. Literally one of the worst times that I have to run ads now. What the... Okay, sure. Hello, Team Zine. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you've been doing well. I am here currently experiencing just... brain is collapsing. My brain is collapsing in on itself from a mystery game. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. Remember that clone theory you were throwing around earlier? Hey, Broken Glass gotta be right about clones twice a day. I mean, it might not be clones quite yet. We don't know for sure. But I mean, we know it's... The only reason I know it's clones, right? The only reason that I know for sure that it has to be clones is Never 7. That's the one reason that I know about it. Also, it's time. It's time. All right, if you're here, I have to go to a burp screen. All right, if you are here, stretch, get some water. I don't know. Think about life for a little bit. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over back to game screen. You don't think the person who thinks of you as her daughter might rush to see what's happening when you go when you go missing? Yeah, why would she just sit there and be like, yeah, so whenever you make your way over here, just take your time, you got a few days to figure it out. Don't worry about it. It's like, what? Okay. Also, the reason it has to be clones is, and then ad cuts you off immediately. The reason that I thought that it was clones, from the very beginning, how many times that I've said now that it's clones, is because Never 7 has clones. Never 7 has clones, and it's a big part of, I'd say it's like it's Courie syndrome in that game, and then clones are like kind of the big part of that game, because like clone discrimination and things like that are like a big part of that game's story and things like that. I will say as well, just because I don't know if the game is going to clarify this, and like obviously based on the lines and like reading through subtext, you can definitely say like, oh, this is when the game confirms like, hey, this is when the game confirms, yeah, she is a clone or whatever. To me, the game hasn't outright confirmed it yet, so I just prefer if we didn't like confirm theories or like post any like spoilers in chat before the game actually says anything. If that makes sense, because now it's like, well, I know that she's a clone now. Well, I would have wished the game actually had told me that before. I'm just saying, like, this is my prevailing theory right now, but now to have somebody say like, yeah, you're right, it's like, oh, well shit. Well shit, I guess, it kind of like takes away from the experience of trying to figure out the story, if that makes sense. So hints as well, like different like various hints, or different things like that. It's not just it's from a lot of people, from some people as well. It's just in general. I understand that it can be a little bit tough, and not everybody does it intentionally. So did somebody say that it was right? But I mean, you did say that clone theory, that is, hey, a broken clock has to be right twice a day, about clones twice a day. So it is a little like, I don't know, it is a little kind of awkward, unless it's kind of like I'm faking you out, in which case it's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying in general, it can be a little like, oh no, I don't want to have like the theory confirmed and things like that. So until the game actually says it, unless we can get to the end of this game and the game never actually confirms it, in which case, when I'm giving my final thoughts on the game, that's when I want to hear everyone say, fun fact about this game, did you know this, that, and the other? It's like, oh, it was never actually explicitly said, but by the way, da 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 da. Because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of that for this game. There's gonna be quite a bit of that for this game. I think it's gonna be fun when it does happen, but we are about to start operating the high-pressure air intake fan from the floating island. It will remove the water from the emergency stairs near the central area in the emergency corridor connected to them. The estimated time of completion is 9:30 p.m., 3 hours from now. When the water is cleared, we want you to climb the emergency stairs to the surface island. No, I just brought it up just because you have mentioned it. I don't actually remember the truth. Even my words definitely play, even if I did, I would definitely play my cards close to my heart anyways. Okay, no worries there then. Just in case. Again, this is kind of what I was talking about, just in case, because I know, like, Black Blue, for example, is, like, not familiar with the game, so if he ends up, like, deleting a comment and it looks like it's a joke, and it's like, huh, why do you delete that? That was a joke, or like it wasn't any spoilers or things like that. We don't know. We don't know. The answer is we don't know. So like when you write things, it's like, oh, was this a spoiler? Well, shit. Or is this gonna ruin the experience? Shit, things like that. So just kind of like go with the flow, just kind of vibe, essentially. When the water is cleared, we want you to climb the emergency stairs to the surface island. Are we gonna actually see the surface island then? Are we gonna see things, essentially? Because otherwise that would be kind of... I didn't think we were actually gonna see anything. Please remain where you are until then. Who are you? I will explain everything once you are up here. I'm your dad. I'm your dad. Didn't you know? I'm your dad. I don't know, man. Is a weird ass way of saying possibly clones. Sorry, I mostly let that slide just because she was referring to a theory. Oh, I actually thought you went to bed. I actually thought you went to bed, Blackly. You're good. Yeah, it's okay. No worries. It might just be on my end as well. I know I'm a little bit tired, so maybe it's just on my end. But hello, Bransua. Hello. Welcome on in. Happy Father's Day. Happy day. 2 days from Father's Day. 2 days from Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, you. Yay. Happiness. Happy Father's Day. Isn't it so great that we're playing through your storyline now of all times? I hope you've been doing well, Bronzio. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm here playing the mystery game of all time. The mystery game of all time that is causing my brain to implode in on itself. It's not the kind of thing we should talk about via a display. Then when should we talk about it? Why does it have to be face to face? You can pull out a gun and shoot me? It's like, you know too much now. But you, there is one thing I want you to know. Your mother loves you more than anything. Please, don't forget that. I'm angry. I'm angry. I don't even know anymore. Are these recordings? They're not recordings. I don't think so. Eventually, the others straggled into the control room. Takeshi, how's it going? Takeshi, Sara, Tsugumi, and Sora. I told them about the mission that we had just had. The others couldn't hide their surprise. But what about the Himmeldor? It was such sudden, unexpected good news. Some of them even thought it might be a trap. Of course, that was what I thought at first too. My skeptical mind wanted to know why now. We felt like a trick might still be played on us, but we had no other choice to go along with it. There were only a few hours left until Limu imploded. There was no other options left for us. I may have intermittently drifted off a few times. My sleep schedule has been a bit wonky the last 2 days. You're good. No worries there. But if it was me, I might go back after this and be like, maybe it wasn't that big of a deal actually. In which case, I'm sorry, Kadensha. No worries there. But I was just like, I at the time I was like, this seems kind of like a spoiler to me. So we moved to the conference room and waited for the time that the water would be cleared. The 6 of us hardly said anything. Everyone just stared off in space, waiting impatiently for time to pass. Yu slumped back in a chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. She looked like a puppet with its strings cut. The room was tense with anticipation. I couldn't handle it and decided to... What? What do you mean, choices? Kid, you Raphael. Okay? Do I have... I don't have a guide up. I didn't think I would need a guide up. Oh, you could still see that, can't you? Hold on. Why can you see that? Why can you see that, actually? That's a good point. Why can't you see it? Oh, this happened last time, didn't it? Hold on. If I go to starting soon, and then I get rid of this, and then I move over here. Troubleshooting, hold on. Hold on. And now you can't see it. Now you can't see it. Gosh darn it. Got it. There we go. Got it. Now you can't see it. Now you can't see it. Gotcha. All right. And now I'm going to pull up the guide and see what the hell. Because I don't think we have any more choices, honestly. I don't think we have any more choices. No. No. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Okay, well, in that case, I guess we'll go friggin' I guess we'll go and talk to you. If she wants to talk to us. I don't think she does, to be honest. Hey, you. Hey, you. Huh? Did you just call me? Yeah. Would you mind leaving me alone right now? I don't really feel like talking about anything. I'm sorry, but there's something I want to think through. I understand. I'm sorry to bug you. I figured that it must have been a real shock for her to find out that the lady had been pretending to be her mother. Why would she not say, by the way, I am your mother, though? Because I know, I've done the math at this point. I know, the math is mathing. We know that it is, unless it's a recording, it has to be, it's her. There's no one that's been posing as her mother. It's been her this entire time. But also, what are we? What are we, essentially? Are we further experimented upon? To find out that the lady had been pretending to be your mother. It looked like all of our guesses had been right on target. Oh, that was it. I couldn't talk to I couldn't talk to anybody else. Interesting. I kind of wanted to talk to at least one other person. Maybe... Hold on. Can I save and go back? Leviathan. All right. Let me go back. Let me go back. I kind of want to see what everybody else says. Load. Here. This could be a you will go through all the choices sort of thing. It wasn't. It wasn't. Maybe use the last talking point, maybe, and that progresses the story, given that it is her route. But talk to Takashi. What's up, Takashi? Hey, Takashi? Yeah, what? What were you so busy doing before? That was... Well, I guess you could say I was looking for something. Looking for something? Yeah. Did you find it? Nope, unfortunately not yet. I haven't found it. Did you give up? You kidding? Think I'd give up? I can't give up. But right now, I'll have to take a break from the search. I see. I hope you find whatever you're looking for. Yeah. Thanks. What the... Okay, never mind. It's a one and done sort of situation. What? Now I want to talk to everybody. This is kind of one of those cool choice things. What is he doing, though? He doesn't even feel like the same person. So who is he? Load. I couldn't handle it and decided to talk to Tsugumi. What's up, Tsugumi? Hey, Tsugumi? Hey, Tsugumi! Shut up. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Shut up. Don't talk to me. Do me a favor and just sit still. Because there's nothing left to worry about. There can't possibly be anything else you want to ask me about, right? It's a good thing that my prediction was off, huh? That's not what I wanted to ask. But after that, Tsugumi didn't say anything more. Well, just one more thing. Jeez. What the heck is going on? So you weren't expecting us to be saved? This is interesting. This is actually one of the most interesting parts of the game, if I'm being quite honest. If I'm being quite honest. All right, load. My favorite thing. Let's gonna load. Sora, what's up? Hey, Sora? Yes, what is it? Where were you before? Lemeth called me. Lemeth? Yes. Does it have anything to do with that industrial secret? No, that would have been strange. Sora was already free from obeying Lieblich's restrictions. No, it had nothing to do with that. I don't think I can tell you about it yet. Shh, me playing the cha-la-la-la song at the beginning of stream, and it just freaking continues, man, because, like, what is up with you? What are you doing? You mean you'll tell me when the time is right? Yes. Okay, then I won't ask you anymore. I'm sorry. And saying that, Sora dropped her head. Leviathan. Wait, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. No, I messed it up. I was looking at it. I was like, which one is it again? Hold on, I have to return to title. Okay. Okay, finally talk to Sora. Hey, Sora? What? What is it that you had to do after that? Of course, I meant after we split up in the changing room. The expression she'd had on her face bothered me ever since. I think you said you had to settle something or other? That's a secret. All right, everybody can just keep their secrets then. It's fine. No one has to tell me the plot. No one has to explain it to me. I got it. I had one calculator and a dream, and I figured it out. So whatever else is going on with you guys, it's not important. It's not important, all right? or just coping. Really?
Why? I wish you wouldn't invade my privacy.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's no big deal.
When you tell me this much, did you finish whatever it is?
Of course I did.
Well, that's good.
I'm not gonna go along with what everybody wants anymore.
Huh? You mean your mom and dad?
No, that's different. But it might be kind of similar. I've decided that I want to live the way that I want to live from now on.
Okay, so you're gonna run away. You're gonna run away, and unfortunately, we're not gonna be there to help you.
I wonder where I'll go when we're out.
You're not going home?
I'm not. That place isn't my home anyway. So I'll go back to that place that I should be going back to. So I'll look for the place that I should be going back to.
Well, that's the same as me. I know. Will you take me with you?
Huh? You?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have anywhere to go either. I'll look with you.
Thanks. But I think not.
Huh? Why not?
Because I'm pretty sure someone will hold it against me.
Who?
But Tara just grinned at me without answering. Nin ninja.
All of these scenes had such a lovely, I don't know, like such a lovely atmosphere to them. I don't know. I thought I knew everything about these characters and I don't anymore. Finally, the appointed time arrives. I gotta go and load the correct one, which is talking with you. Finally, the appointed time arrived. We climbed to the second floor and stood at the emergency corridor. Then, we began walking to the central core. Finally, we reached the dead end. The watertight door was shut because the area from there onward was filled with seawater. The door swung open. The water was gone. We continued heading toward the center through the dry corridor. Sara, Takeshi, and Tsugumi walked ahead. Yu, Sora, and I walked a few dozen meters behind them. Hey, we're going ahead! It seemed Takeshi had already reached the emergency stairs. Sara, Takeshi, and Tsugumi disappeared up the stairs. But immediately after that... Oh no! This is bad! Water is flooding in. Sora, can you go with us? Surely not. Sector 3. The partition on the emergency corridor is collapsing. Water is rushing in 51 meters ahead. The sound of rushing water could be heard in the distance. My animation! My crunchy animation, there we go! Woo! It's no good! We won't make it! Go back now! The door leading to the emergency stairs was swallowed by water. You! What are you doing? Run now! Okay. She's so unenthused by it. It's like, yeah, sure. Yay, freedom, escape. Da 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 da. Budget! Budget in my video game, truly. Truly, indeed. Hello, Chu, I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in, welcome on in. No, hang on! I grabbed Yu's hands and doubled back. 9:49 p.m. We fled to the security office. So everyone else was able to get out because they went on ahead? Why'd we let them go ahead then? Why'd we have to get separated? We fled to the security office. Yu, Sora, and I were there. It looked like the flooding had subsided. According to Sora, there were only a few dry areas left in the complex. A message came from outside. The other three are fine. Are you alright? Yeah, I think so. The flooding was apparently a miscalculation on our... you know, a little bit of a oopsie-doopsie on our part. I don't think we got the partition strength wrong. So, we don't know what caused it. What? But the other three did get out. What do we do? What do you want us to do now? For now, you wait there. We'll come up with something for now. We'll come up with something soon. Can't you use the high-pressure gas fans to get rid of the water again? Actually, no. The thing won't work. We're not sure why. Huh? What? I'm having trouble hearing you. Static had broken up part of the message, and I hadn't caught it. It looked like another crisis had struck. From the speaker on the side, we heard a lot of hurried noise and a rush of air. What is that real? Is that... Likel? 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 I don't know. I don't know. That beep sounded as same as my stuff. Someone was talking about that earlier. The beep sounded so realistic. Someone was literally just talking about that. Slight panic. I don't know what's happening anymore. I thought I had it all figured out. I keep saying it. I know, but I just need to stress. Like, I thought we're on the third route. I'm finally gonna get some answers. It's all okay. It's all right. What's the worst that could happen? That is how you... No. Le Bleach is spelled with a CH at the end instead of CK. I don't know. Bleach Winkle is here? And then communications were cut off. Okay. Is this the Rip Van Winkle thing that we were talking about last time? But it's Rip Van Winkle. We called it Blick Winkle just for funsies because we thought it would be a cool naming sense. And then communications were cut off. Sora! With a sullen look, Sora shook her head. Damn it! We were almost there! Why this? What did they happen to us? I punched the console. I don't get any of this. What is this? Blick Winkle? Hey, Sora, what does this mean? Sora shook her head again. I don't believe you. I don't believe any of you anymore. Kenneth's gonna have some words with these guys. CH in German does sound like the hard K. It does. And to be fair, I have been mispronouncing it incorrectly. But also, why would they write it like that if... I guess there's a possibility that in the Japanese version it was written entirely in katakana and maybe they're trying to like keep that, like preserve that in place. But I don't know. I think it's different. I think the game would spell it correctly if it is supposed to be Lebleach. Lebleach. I think it's Lebleach. In which case, what is that? Our new separate entity, Lebleach. I sighed and sat down in a chair. You sat slumped in a chair next to me. I looked at the monitor. It displayed the life reading for the complex. Life readings 3. Huh? 3? I wondered why. Only you, Sora, and I were left in Limu. Actually, yeah, what do you... huh? And Sora, the bioscan shouldn't pick her up. What is this? Is this broken? What does it mean, Sora? I don't know. I know that something is happening, but I haven't been informed what. I stood up from the chair. Just then, my elbow bumped an empty can on the table. Kabang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The can fell to the floor and rolled to the wall. Is the floor? The floor is tilting. Hey, Sora, can you display the map of Lima? Something that has cross-sectionality display on the structure. Eh? Certainly. A map of Limu appeared on the monitor. It's like I thought. Limu is slanting. But the tilt of the complex didn't really mean anything. Thankfully, it didn't look like it was affecting our chances of survival. Hey, you! What do you think we should do now? Nah, she's off in her own little world, unfortunately. You? You was completely dazed. It didn't even look like my voice was reaching her brain. It seemed like the light of the world had been extinguished in her eyes. 1:39 a.m. Daybreak. The date had changed to Sunday, May 7th. Why'd the rest of them get out and we didn't? What the hell? Why'd the rest of them have to go? Since that time, we hadn't slept at all. I was starting to feel bad again. It felt like a headache, dizziness, nausea, and chills were seeping out from deep in the core of my body. I suffered from a wave of dull pain, extreme fatigue. I was only half conscious. Exhaustion. I had reached my limit. But I tried to keep my energy from being sapped away. Surrounded by darkness and endless fear, we had fought our way so far, and there was no better sign that things were going to get better. Communication lines with the outside were still down, and we had yet to find a clue leading to the possible escape. Slowly, you started to get ill too. Her face was pale. Her breathing was heavy. Beads of sweat stood out on her forehead. I know she's supposed to be like the freaking archaeologist major or whatever, but she has a lot of knowledge about medicine, so I think she probably knows that this is Tief Blau as well. She probably knows, like, oh yeah, like we might be a little bit screwed here. Let me take a sip of water here. Hold on. Thank you for the hydrate. I took an additional sip of water just for that. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Wave of fatigue. Get it? Because we're about to die. Oh, oh, okay. You best girl. She is my favorite character. I think by far she is my favorite character of this entire game. I might have like a lot of feelings for the end of the Tsugumi route there because it's true, but she is my favorite character by far in this game. Her breathing was heavy. Beads of sweat stood out on her forehead. She seemed to have a terrible fever. And I forgot to do my alarm for the break. Oops, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. I was not the only one suffering mentally and physically. There had been signs from the day before. So how are Takashi and them doing right now? Are they okay? But we couldn't do anything about it. The infirmary was already underwater. We could only endure the passing of time. Is this it? Is this the end? Is giving up the only choice? I looked helplessly. The ceiling was crusty with cigarette smoke. I couldn't see anything. I am going to die. There's nothing I can do except die. That was my conclusion. I knew then exactly how much strength I had left. I felt utterly hopeless, useless, incompetent. Yes, I would die, and I was fine with that. I didn't care. Without a memory, I thought I had been equivalent of dead to start with. Nothing changed. I had nothing to lose. It was already decided. I remember what Tsugumi told me, that I would die in 7 days. Her prediction was true. No, don't I get an additional choice before a good and a bad end? Surely so. I don't care. This is the way it should be. I relaxed and looked down, and I saw you. She slumped back in a chair and her breathing looked labored. Promise? Yeah, I promise. I suddenly felt a warmth in my fingertips, the same warmth I'd felt from Yu's fingers when I'd made the promise. Tsugumi remains my favorite. That's fair. I don't know. For me personally, I think it's just a matter of personal preference because Tsugumi takes a long time to warm up to you, but like she has a lot going on. She has a lot going on in the background, so I feel like that's completely fair. For me, I think Yu is just like she's so like bright and vibrant and just gets on everyone's nerves a little bit. I don't know. I like her a lot. So the same warmth I felt from Yu's fingers when I made the promise. You. Yes, if I didn't do anything, you would die too. No, I wouldn't let that happen. I didn't care if I died, but you was... Somehow, I had to save her. Because I had promised. Promised. How could I? How? Then, 4:17 a.m. There was only a short time until the estimated time of implosion. The security office started shaking violently. The complex screeched. Alarms pierced the air with shrill warnings. The partition strength limits have been exceeded. Flooding has started on each floor. Flooding has begun in Sector 4, Zweiterstock. Implosion has begun in Sector 5 on the same floor. In Sector 6. Sora reported the situation monotonously. There we go. What's wrong? What else? No, I leave it at that. This report now means nothing. Flooding has started in this sector too. It won't be long until damage appears here. I see.
How long do you think this will hold? 20 to 25 minutes. But it could implode at any time. The normal lighting went out, and the emergency lighting kicked on. I figured that the generator room was probably damaged. I couldn't save you two after all. I am really, truly sorry. Truly. Don't be. It's not your fault. I think you did a great job. I headed over to be beside you. You, this place isn't gonna hold. Let's go. You was completely weakened. She looked up powerlessly and nodded slightly. I carried you on my back. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere we can gain a little more time. I intend to stake our lives on the possibility that we'll be rescued until the very end. I can't think of anything else to do other than that. I promised her that I would protect her no matter what. Where is the safest place left among the floors? That would be the control room under the stock, or... But it is only a matter of a few dozen minutes of difference. That's enough. I was going to leave the room, but I suddenly stopped. What are you gonna do, Sora? I will no longer be able to accompany you two any longer. Due to flooding, image broadcasting devices in the complex have been significantly damaged. The places I can appear are limited. But at the very least, I want to guide you two to the control room via my audio function. Alright, please do. Yes. I just feel so bad. I feel like this pit in my stomach, honestly. I feel so bad for Sora. Even though she is a liar. She is a liar. Why would you protect the Himmel door at all costs? Of course you know what's back there. I mean, you don't know what's back there, but you know there's a door and it must lead somewhere, so surely you must know something. When I left the room, I found water leaking from the walls in spots. The bulkhead squealed. I will guide you. I will show you the route to the control room, which is still safe. Same, Tsugumi route is my favorite, so that's fair, that's fair. I do think that this route might not end up being my favorite. It depends. We're like right now at the ending point, so it kind of depends. It might not be my favorite, or it might be tied. Let's see where it goes. I do think that the Tsugumi route is very solid from beginning to end. There are some things in this route that I still struggle with, or like I'm still thinking about. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel by the end of it. Even though Tsugumi had like the whole like the disc situation from the dog at the end. So like it's not about quote unquote resolution or like finding answers or anything, but it's just about how it's presented. So I went down to the 3rd floor. Limu was still holding. The estimated time of implosion that Sora had predicted should have passed long before. Limu kept resisting to the end, as if Sora was willing it to protect us. You gasped, suffering terribly as I carried her on my back. Be strong. Be patient. It's just a little farther. I lied. I was a liar. A little more patience, and then what? There was nothing I could do. So I lied. I was a big liar. We were close to the control room. And again, I saw it. The vision of the little girl. What's the matter? She stood across the corridor. Her eyes met mine. Why is she still here? What are you doing? Then a name flashed in my mind, as clear as a bell. Coco! Kid-san, what is the matter? You remember her. Turning on her heels, Coco ran off in the other direction. I chased after her, still carrying you. Coco! Sit-san, sit-san, Kid-san, please come back. I chased after her at full speed. But the flooding and the shaking ground slowed me down. From the beginning, it was a crazy, reckless idea to run after her with you on my back. I lost sight of her. Why? It was a dead end in a narrow corridor in front of a small door. Where was that place? I thought that she might be beyond the door. In that instant, I glimpsed something in my head. It was a vague, abstract image. I wasn't sure, but definitely. I felt it. I could see it. There should be a beam of hope ahead. I lowered you and tried to open the Himmel door, but the door wouldn't budge. Sora, open this door! That is impossible. That door is out of my jurisdiction. I pounded on the door. I know it! On the other side of this door! You will be safe in there! Please, open this door! From the surface of the walls, water began to gush in. An animal-like growl echoed from far away. The complex pitched violently. I saw a massive amount of water flooding down the corridor ahead. As if it was a pitch-black monster were opening its massive mouth to attack. I ran frantically to you. I felt as if I were moving in slow motion. I wouldn't make it. For an instant, time stopped, and then it started again. The water swallowed us in a single moment. In the water, my eyes met Yu's. She was trying desperately to reach out her hand. I held her hand. Yu squeezed mine back. Yu mumbled something, but the words didn't reach me. The words just vanished into small bubbles, and vanished in the darkness. Did I get the bad end? Yu slowly closed her eyes. Yu? What did you say? Of course I want to know. I shook her hand. There was no response. That's not fair. She's teasing me again. I touched her cheek. It was cold. Cold. Of course, it's because we're in the water. It's because we're in this cold water. I squeezed her hand. Hey. I said hey. Hey, you. Tell me. She didn't squeeze my hand back. She didn't move. She didn't tell me anything anymore. It's not true. No, it's a lie. This can't be true. It has to be a lie. This is a lie. I let out the last breath from my lungs. I closed my eyes to avert them from reality. Promise? Yeah, I promise. I messed up. What did I do? What did I do? I was so wrong. Yeah, I promise. I mean, there was that one point where I got lost in the guide, so I was just picking random stuff. I thought for sure that would work. Never mind. Never mind, I guess. Yeah, I promise. And what if you break it? I won't. I'll see that you're safe. For sure? There's not even a 1% chance you're wrong? There's not even a 0.000000000000000000001% chance possibility. Yeah. Woo! Talk about promising more than you can deliver. Oh well, I suppose I'll have to trust you. I didn't make it. I couldn't keep my promise. I couldn't protect her. I was a liar. A damn liar. Da-da-da-da. The fact that I'm hearing this song right now means it's bad. Means it's really, really bad. Things are not good. Just then, I felt a faint, warm light. Light? A ray of light sliced through the plain, dark world. The door of Himmel started to open. What? Beyond the door spread a dazzling white world. Heaven. Was it an illusion? No, it wasn't. It was reality. It was undoubtedly the truth of my world. I knew that. If we went to the place, on the other side of the door, we could meet again. That time, I might be able to protect her. I quietly opened my eyes. Is it the bad end? Life readings 1. No! Oh, I messed up. I messed up. I don't believe it. I didn't think it would actually happen because I had the guide up and I was like, everything will be fine. Everything will be a-okay. This story is not over yet because only you are in the infinity loop that must be done to do the thing that must be done, of course. Infinity loop, baby! Let's freaking go! Infinity loop! What do I do? What do I do? Also, thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip. The door to darkness, King Mickey. Only you, Sora, can protect Kingdom Hearts. Me, but what do I have to do with it? What do I have to do with it? It's just Sora from this game. Okay. What do I do? What do I do? Else? You good end, you bad ends, you epilogue. There's a choice that says... I'm gonna have to go through... I'm gonna have to start through the beginning because I want to make sure that I get everything right. What does this mean? SP, else or else, you
less than 7. I had less than 7 points with you at the end, so I got the you bad end. But if I had something else, I would have I would have been able to do it essentially. Shoot. All right. Well, I guess we're going to start from the very beginning. We're going to start from the very beginning, and I'm just going to skip through everything. I'm going to skip through everything because I don't know where I made my wrong choice. So I guess we're just going to have to do that instead. New game. He was in the middle of a blue world, and let's go over and skip to the next choice. I think what we should do is cry. I think that's what we should do. We should actually cry. But it's definitely the person you hung out with, fictitious. It's because I spoke to Sada at the end, and Sada was like, you know what? Freaking die here. You didn't remember me till the very end, and I'm pissed about that. Yeah, I freaking deserve it, honestly. Listen to the explanation. Listen to the joke. Sora +1. I mean, I guess listen to the joke, because what else? What does it matter? What does it matter? So we're gonna listen to the joke. We're gonna listen to the joke. All right, let's go ahead and skip. Tanuki. Was this one of the ones that mattered? It does not. It actually does not matter. So you know what? We're gonna say... Which one is better for you? You think this would be a you choice, but it isn't. It was the Tanuki. Forget it. Let's say... Forget it. Let's say forget it. Alright, skip on to the next choice. And then... Who are you? Stay silent. We haven't done this one before, so you know what? ... Awesome. She avoided his eyes. He felt like the air around him was suddenly gotten much heavier. Boom! Alright. And then we can skip on to the next choice. Who am I? I didn't know where I was, but I gotta find the right choice because I can't believe... I can't believe it! Okay. Let me scroll down here a little bit. Thanks. You +1. Gotcha. I did that already, so we can do that again. We skip again. Everything is a-okay. Look at my awesome animation. It's back here again. Now what? Ask or don't ask. If you ask, you get you +1. So we asked already. Gotcha. I'm gonna go skip into the next choice. Ask you, which we did already. So we skip. Skip until next choice. Okay. And then it says else. Really? Coco +1 set SH. Was that right? Contact the outside. There we go. Skip through all that. That doesn't matter, essentially. Contact the outside or look for other exits. If you contact the outside, you get +1 point with you. Okay. We did that already. Let's skip. Worry or don't worry. We don't worry. We don't worry about her because what does it matter? What does it matter? Don't worry. She'll be fine. Okay. This is a joke answer, so it shouldn't matter, but just in case. I'm not taking anything for granted anymore because that was terrifying. Else. Else. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's else. So just in case, let's do... I don't know. Watarase Kyosuke. I like Kyosuke. Kyosuke? Nah, that's stupid. That's stupid. No, we're not gonna do that. Alright. A choice here. It does not seem to matter. I don't think so. I don't think it matters. I haven't even introduced myself. Why are you so angry? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I haven't even introduced myself yet. There we go. Sure. Skip. I get it. Not really. I get it. Yeah. Sure, I get it. I don't see that one either, so... It must not matter that much. Even that would be impossible. I might be able to handle that. Even that would be impossible. There we go. Alright. Then we have a choice here. This is where I got confused last time. We have a choice here. These are Coco choices, though. So I don't know if I should probably skip over them. It says control room, microorganisms, hot springs. Skip over it. It doesn't matter. And then visit all 5 places. And then further Coco choices. So just... it doesn't matter what you do. Okay. Skip until next choice. Where did I go? Skip until next choice. Here. As far as I'm aware, this game does not have like the idea of like blocking you out from doing. Why is this new? Why is this new? Hey, Kuranari, how dare you have dreams about... She's got a long name. As to see her dad. That's true, actually. How did you know that? How did you know that? Huh? What? You dummy. How? Why does he keep doing that? It's scary. I was gonna say, this game doesn't have the thing where it's like you have to see the bad end first in order to get the good end, because otherwise... Well, we don't know that to be true. Because I got the Sada and the bad end first, coincidentally. Because it was a choice at the end. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. So we don't actually know that to be true. Maybe you are required to see the bad end first, in which case maybe I don't have to go all the way back per se. But it did say that it was based on points. Sada's is like a final choice. You need to go to the correct place. But Yu's is entirely based on the points and the affinity that you have with her. I'm gonna say a spoiled baby. I'll have you act like a spoiled baby. This is a new day, correct? This is a new day. So let me scroll down a little bit here. Oh, I might be good at that. Really? Yep. Okay then, Matsunaga Sara-san, become a spoiled baby.
I will, Sala. The milk's cold. I won't drink that milk unless you warm it up to body temperature.
Sorry, I can't remember what babies are like, so I don't really know if that's close. And then, what are you idiots doing? Alright, well, that was awkward. I got it. I don't understand. Does this one matter? Wait here. Coco +4. Wait here. Coco +5. Coco, just, you know, go with you. Go with Sara. Coco +6. There you go. I got it. I don't understand. I don't understand. I got it. It's okay. I'll go with you. And that's U +1. So we skip on to the next choice. Now... Oh. What the... What? No. No, that's for Coco. That's for Coco. So it doesn't matter. Give up. Keep arguing or give up. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't want to miss it. But obviously we did something wrong before, so... Kid needs his little Mickey doing to be a spoiled baby. It's all relevant. It all ties together, see? And the hint in the bad end was what again? It was, you are stuck in the infinity... you are stuck in the infinity loop. Please go and do the thing that must be done. It might be that it's actually required to get the bad end first. I don't know. I don't know. If only I had done the thing. If only I had protected her. If only. If only. If only. I'm gonna give up just for some variety, and because I don't see it in the guide anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Give up. ... I wasn't satisfied, but I learned something. I couldn't beat you in a debate. So? Doesn't look like you're convinced. You can't convince me. I know, I saw her. At least I saw something. Okay, so that's the same? That's the same. It just cuts out an additional piece, essentially. No problem. Okay, thanks. No problem. I get it. No clue. Repairs with Sara. Look for you. I got it. I don't get it. Tilt head. Completely vertical. 3 tries. 3 tries! I get it, no clue. Repairs with Sada, completely vertical, SP, in 1 attempt, in 2 attempts, in after 3 tries. I don't think this choice matters. I don't think this choice matters. I don't think so. Get it yourself. Get it yourself. What's a hacker? Naturally, I know what a hacker means. Sure? It's a... What's a hacker? Naturally, I know what a hacker means. Surely I know. Okay. I get it. I don't get it. I see, I don't get it, essentially. I think it's here. If I go, I got it. I got it, I see. Say I see, and then go here. And then... completely vertical, go with you. And 1 tries and 2 tries. I don't freaking remember. I don't freaking remember, man. The Infinity Loop message was such raised bait. I played the visual novel entirely without a guide. Well, honestly, the guide doesn't seem to be helping much because I don't know where I am. It only marks the important choices, but it's like I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Good hint. Good hint, guide. Good hint. I bet we got a bad end because you didn't try password 1234. Of course, you need to add the 4 at the end. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? I decided to check some rooms. It doesn't matter which room. I'm it this time, essentially, right? Wait, it might help if I do Lemurian Ruins first. Because you is there. Okay, there you go. I caught you. Just in case. Maybe, possibly, that's what this is referring to. Basically, in less than 3 tries, if I'm able to do it, then I'm a god at this world's. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I get it. I have no clue. I get it. I get it. I know everything. I have this deep feeling. This deep feeling in my gut that something is bad. Oh no, it's this. I have to say I get it. Could it be? I thought for a second. And then... tilt it. What if I tilt it? I did not do this before. What if I tilt it? I thought that if I had tilted it a little, I might be able to see something. Completely vertical. Completely... almost... wait. I'm so scared. Hold on. Tilt it a little to the side. No. Completely to the side. No. A little vertically. Completely vertically. Here. This is the correct answer. What? Huh? The third eye! The third you! The third eye! Of course! Of course! Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay. Oh my god. I got it. I got it. I got it. Listen, alright? If you take the paper and you do it like this, you get words. What? Let's see. The empty sky falls. A single cuckoo calls out to me, brings a chill to me. What is this? What? Let me see. You grabbed the slip of paper from my hand. Then she copied me and set it to paper sideways in the same way. You're right. Amazing. Really amazing, kid. You grabbed my hand and shook it happily. But it didn't stop there. She pulled me close into a big bear hug. I get it, honestly. I get it, honestly. How are you supposed to figure that out? That's crazy. Okay. It's just the idea. It's not really how am I supposed to figure that out, honestly, because this was such a big component and it never came back. So I think it makes sense that we come back around to it. It is just the idea that you have to try a bunch of different things. There are like fake options in there, many a fake option just to get you, just to get you to be like, oh, it was a waste of time. Oh no, the bad end. Oh no, how could anyone have predicted this? How could anyone have seen this coming? So, thank you for... Thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip. I can't believe it all came full circle. If you don't know, by the way, we posted a clip on YouTube. We posted that clip on YouTube. I guess all my socials essentially. It's on socials for Ever 17. Yes, indeed. Ever 17 clips in your 2026. They're here. They're here. And it was about this one thing. It was about the password because I thought it was so freaking ridiculous and funny. And it comes back to bite me in the ass. Okay. When she didn't stop there, she pulled me in a big bear hug. Squeeze. My face was pressed hard against her bust. It was a nice fit. A little too nice. I struggled for air. I give up. Mercy. I almost felt dangerously excited by her softness. We did it! Yeah. Finally, you let me go. She jumped around gleefully like a rabbit. I was glad she was happy, even if she did almost crush me. Watching you all happy like that seemed to wash away all my irritation and fatigue. Yeah, I get it. I get it, my guy. The stress I was feeling simply faded away. It was like a winter frost melting away under the spring sun. I get it. You can't see it from right above it. But if you look at it from the side and see it now, I think this is a better use of like the fourth dimension thing that we were talking about. I think this is a better... Also, how the hell did you get the printer to print like this? But I think this is a better use of the idea, the fourth dimension thing, essentially. I think that's way better than it was done in Zero Escape, where it's just like, the fourth dimension, ooh, anyway, go back and do the thing that must be done. I was like, oh, okay, sure. I actually kind of like this. I just figured it out just by looking at it from different sides on my monitor. That makes sense. If you have that, if I had tilted my head and then moved from this and I was like, maybe close one eye, maybe look at it again. Maybe things would have changed a little bit. That's so smart. That's cool. I like that. I actually didn't remember the answer, but my first instinct was tilting it because I think a handful of other games do this as a puzzle solution. That makes sense. Yeah, as a general puzzle thing, the answer is always just to like tilt it to the right, move it to the side. I thought that all the choices didn't matter, so I immediately gave up, and I think that was the issue. But like, imagine actually being able to like see it and figure it out though, because that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like this one. This is a good not puzzle. It's not like a interactive puzzle per se, but it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle, if that makes sense. It's fun. I like it. I feel like Uchikoshi, the Uchikoshi I played also had something like this. The secret option thing you can only find by exhausting all the options. Yep, it was 999. It was 999. But I thought for 999 you could only do that one if you... And it's been a while since I played, so don't quote me on it. You could only do it if you like went back again and did it a second time. Like you had to do it a second time. You're required to do it. But 999 had something very similar to this, which is why I kind of like rolled my eyes when I saw it the first time. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, what do we do here? But why do you suppose it came out in a barcode like this? The printer is probably in bad shape. Shut up, you! What are you talking about? This is high-level advanced printer. What is this? I think so. It's hard to believe that would make it print like this. I don't care about that. I don't give a shit. We have the answer now. No more bad ends. Anyway, as long as I have the password, things are fine. So we don't have to do the soda thing? Oh. We have the password. So what are we doing now? The empty sky falls. A single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. Is this the nursery rhyme thing, or is it something different? I think it's a variation on Masayuka Shiki's The Empty June Sky. A single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. I wonder if this is also maybe a slight nod. I don't know if it's a reference. It's so light that I don't know if it would be considered like a quote-unquote reference, but it would absolutely be considered what do you call it? Because there was the cuckoo clock in Never 7, And that became like a big factor of like time is changing, woo, and you know, a bunch of different things like that. So maybe it's kind of like a light reference to that, like a light nod to that. I respect you actually went with the choice you generally went with instead of trying every single option until the character says something different, which is what people used to do for puzzles like this. That's fair. I didn't think any of it mattered. To be fair, if I hadn't played Zero Escape before that point, maybe I would have gone through with every option. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna take a step back from all of that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Not sure, it's been a while, but I got a weird sense of deja vu when the paper tilted. A homage. Yeah, an homage might be a better word to describe it, essentially, where it's like, yeah, the two different ideas and how they kind of coalesce, essentially. Ever 17 referencing 999. Oh, I got it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about the timeline? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. There was a paper that gave you multiple options, and tilting was the wrong option, so it might have been a reference to that. Oh, so even people who came from this game to do something in Zero Escape, they would have done it and been like, well, that worked the first time, so why didn't it work again? That's evil. That's evil. What the hell?
So if I input it like this, the empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me.
Wow.
All right, let's try this for a password.
Is it gonna work? A recharged you faced the screen triumphantly. But, tap, tap, tap.
The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. Okay then. Tap. Damn it.
Damn it. Get me out of here. Access denied, invalid name or password. But she's still gonna get into the sea-level information. Is this because Sora has already put a lock on the device? Quote unquote Sora, it might be the people on Incel Null, to be quite honest. But is this the same reason because essentially we've tried too many different passwords? you tried too many different passwords and you got locked out essentially. And then suddenly, what in the screen went black. Just what happened? All right, I think we're all set. Oh.
And when you went through so much trouble to read this for me, kid? But from the start, there was no guarantee that what's on the paper is the password. It would make more sense if this was some kind of hint that my mom used to remember the password.
Oh. 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 Oh, I forgot. Yeah. I guess just a reminder of the password. That too. Sure. I feel a sense of emptiness. I was like, I tried so much. I tried so much for this, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess that wasn't the password either.
It wouldn't make sense to call the file password otherwise. It would be too dangerous.
I wondered why Yu's mom would choose that poem. I wondered what was hidden in the 17 syllables of it. There's no way that whole thing is the password. Apparently it wasn't. I thought for sure it was. I was like, yup, quick, good end, right here, right now. Nope. Nope. Oh, man. Actually, even the Uchikoshi games loop around. Actually, no, that's perfect. Uchikoshi going, ha, you think I'm gonna be consistently predictable? Just because you played one of my other games. Just because you played one of my other games, get wrecked. There is no answer or end to my questions. Okay, so I should be able to skip this now? Yay! Woo! Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at all these characters! Alright, the correct answer is 8 ways, correct? 8? Let me pull up the guide just in case. I don't want to get this wrong. 8 ways, and this is the last choice that you get. Yep, 8 ways. Okay, 8 ways. Are there 8 ways? Bingo! Alright, and now we're just on a straight shot. Because it was an umlaut. You don't look it. I'm not gonna lose points with her, so you know what? You don't look it. You don't look it. Right? Alright, all through that. The third eye, Lemuria, use past. What is this? Use past? It's a free option. It's not gonna matter anyway, so why not? Use past. Oh, that reminds me.
I wanted to talk to you about your father. I told you I didn't want to talk about that, didn't I? Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, but could you just forget about that today? That wasn't the reason I invited you here today. There's something about being with you that relaxes me. Suddenly, I remembered and vividly relived the feeling of our lips touching the night before. ... dot 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 dot. Which reminds me, anyway. Skip to the next choice. I told you that already. But do you like things the way they are? Why? Just for that? That person is not my... You stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, she lifted her head and started running. I hurriedly went after her. 5:53. Sora wasn't inside. Women love blunt honesty. Yeah? Yeah? Possibly? Yeah? I guess sure. I looked at the life reading numbers. What are we doing here? Is this when we see the thing? Okay, we have the 5, so what's going on? She sat in the chair and typed, calling the login page for the database. Removed the login restriction that kept us from accessing it before. I figured it out. I know how to do it. What? How to get authorization clearance. So you figured out the password mystery? You shook her head. That's not what I mean. What then? The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. That should be the password. But you couldn't get through with that before, right? You input the password. Access denied, invalid name or password. See? No, that's not what I mean. It wasn't the password that was wrong. It was the name. Oh, is it for, I forget his name now. It's for the father? Move the cursor to the name column. It read Tanaka Yukie. That person wasn't my real mother. So her name wasn't Tanaka Yukie. She wasn't registered under that name at all. What is happening right now? What is happening? Did I do all the math for nothing? Did it not matter? If anyone out of any person would be your mother, it would be person B in the correspondence, because that's the only other person that we've been introduced to that could relatively be your mother. So I can figure out what her real name is. Her name. You never saw a driver's license or any document with your mother's name on it? Nope, not even once. Seriously? That's kind of wild, to be honest. How convenient. I see. Until now, I never even dreamed that she was lying about being my mother. I always thought that she was my mom, that she was Tanaka Yukie. Huh. That was what she said. Normally no one would even think about their parent lying about their name. I mean, yeah. Fair enough. Also, pre-rolls are off. I forgot to run an ad. It's time for ads. It's time for ads. Hashtag just Ushikoshi moments. Oh my gosh, take a selfie. Take a selfie. We're all about to die. It's time for another break of the stream. Oops. Let me go over to burp screen. I am correct about this, correct? Or did I just run an ad? I might have just run an ad. When did I just run the last ad? It said pre-rolls are... Oh, it says pre-rolls are off. I was like, okay. Oops. Don't worry about me. I guess we're fine. It is pre-rolls that we want. Pre-rolls being, off. I hit an ad earlier while you were playing. So surely I have to run an ad. Not sure if that's what you mean. How long was the ad? Was it 3 minutes? We're supposed to run ads for 3 minutes every hour, and then it gets rid of them for an hour of gameplay. Also, let me get rid of these over here. I completely forget. Because I didn't run the timer, so I was like, how am I supposed to know when to go to break? Do you not have ads running automatically? They're supposed to, but for whatever reason they didn't. I don't think. So, you know what? I'm gonna run them just in case. Can't remember. It would have been 1 minute or 3 minutes. I'm gonna run them just in case.
I want to go get some water and use the bathroom anyway, so think of it as a short mini break. Sorry about this. Sorry about this. Let me go over to verb screen really quick. And then if you're here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I think what happened is that ads did actually. Also, I left you in silence. I'm so sorry. I left you in the void. I'm so sorry. I think what happened is that ads actually did play, but I missed it. So it just automatically played anyway. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Sorry about that. I guess it doesn't really matter because I need to get water and like do a bunch of stuff anyway. So it's fine. I still would have taken 3 minutes anyway. But sorry, sorry. I completely blanked out, and then I didn't set the second timer again. So it was kind of like messing me up essentially. But I have the timer now. It's there. It's there for real, for real. We don't have to worry about it. So let me go over back to game screen. Welba, thank you for the Welba. The silence lets us reflect on timey-wimey, on all the timey-wimey shenanigans that this game has to offer. And also, look at it, look at it just vertically. Look at it vertically. What? What do you mean? Stop looking at it the other way. Look at it, turn it 90 degrees. No, not that 90 degrees, the other 90 degrees. Think about the fourth dimension. But yes, we are back. That's true. It's no good. I've got no clue. You put her arms around her head and bowed it down. There we go. There are just so many possible patterns. But you could narrow it down a certain degree, right?
Even if she was using a fake name, I'll bet it has something in common with the real one. Like the initials are the same, or something. I don't think that's very likely. I mean, she was impersonating my mom, Tanaka Yukie, after all. It's not like she made up some fictional woman A. So I think it makes more sense to assume that their names won't have anything in common. If she was a complete stranger, there's no reason for her last name to even be Tanaka. Yeah, I guess you're right. Besides, even if the first character of her name was the same, she could be called Yui, Yuka, Yuki, Yuka. Who? Huka? Who? Yuki, Yuko, Yuna, Yuno, Yuma, Yumi, Yuri, Yue, Yukari, Yukiko, Yukina, Yukino. Okay, we get it. There's a lot of different combinations. I have this vague memory in Never 7 of Yuka doing the same thing, where she was like, my name is Yuka, it's not Yui, Yuki, Yuko. Like, she did the exact same thing. I have this vague memory of that. Oh my god, we're going. Yukimi, Yusaro, Yutaka, Yuzuki, Yuho, Yuma, Yumika, Yumiko, Yumina, Yumeko, Yumemi, Yuyu, Yuria. I like the name Yuria a lot. Yuria, Yuriko. Sorry. Yuria comes from the Yuria comes from it's a character in a manga called How Do We Relationship. It's a Yuri manga, as always. As always, you know, what's new from me. It's a Yuri manga and it's really fantastic. It's probably one of the best out there. Yuria is one of the characters in there and I love her so much. She deserves the world. She deserves literally the world. And those are all the names just off the top of my head. Okay, buddy. Very impressive list, by the way. Yuri. I think it's Yuri because it is supposed to be like Yuri. Like, look at that. Look at that. It's in the name. It's in the name. She didn't mention Yu-Gi-Oh. She didn't mention Yu-Gi-Oh. For shame, you. For shame. Yu-Gi-Oh. Yuria. Yukino. Oh man. I find it interesting. I think this is I'm getting this vague sense in my head. It's like this is definitely a reference to something that Yuka had said at some point. Even though the list is way more exhaustive. And those are all just off the top of my head. The chances are slim, and she could have a bizarre name like mine. A bizarre name? That reminds me, you still haven't told me your full name. Is it just your name? Have you ever tried your own login? I remember you saying that it was really long. Yeah, it goes on forever. So people always get it wrong. No kidding? Do you want me to tell you? Your full name? Yeah. Yeah. Of course I do. It's kind of embarrassing, so I don't usually tell people, but okay, first time in the game where I'm gonna have to canonically say this. Also, thank you for the clip. On phone, so I don't know if I missed the start of all the you, of all the possible you combinations. No worries, no worries. I appreciate the clips, thank you. Since it's you, I'll tell you. But you have to promise not to laugh, okay? Sure. Alright, here I go. My name is Tanaka Yubise Akikana. Oh. For whatever reason, I thought it was Hatakana. Maybe I was reading this wrong this whole time. Oh well. Oh well. Huh? It means gentle, beautiful, pure autumn, fragrant green blossom. Your parents really loved you, okay? That's all that matters. Tanaka Yubise Akikana. Wait a minute. I feel like I thought for sure it was Hatakana. Did I read this wrong? Haru. Was this oh, maybe it's a mistranslation thing? No, it can't be. They're two different characters. Akikana? What happened to Haru? You say Akikana. So, what do you think? I think I'm gonna lose my mind. I think I'm gonna lose my mind right now. Because who are you? I know, it's such a long name that you don't know what to do with it. No, it's not exactly that. It's the Aki. Aki? Yubise Aki kana. Is that really it? Jeez, really? You don't believe me? It's my name, it really is. That's not what I meant. Anyway, come with me. When did you last say your name? Was it before we all got trapped down here? Was it with all the people here? Or was it... When did you... When did you last say your name? You took my hand and led me out of the control room. We headed to the Lemurian ruins. Listen, I don't think now is the time for this. Be quiet. I'm gonna lie, that's not so bad. I was expecting way longer. Not gonna lie, I was expecting a longer name. Tell her you think her name is wrong. I wish I could. The way that I wish in visual novels I had the ability to just reach through the screen and be like, shut up, that's not your name. That's not your name and I know it's not. What is wrong with you? Your name is Haru? Is it real? Is it clones and they've all been named after the same the same seasons? It's Fuyukana, it's Akikana, Hatakana, Natsukana. They're all there. They're all there. Are you the third? Are you the third clone? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Even if you don't like it, it's still my name, so... But it's not your name! It's the name that my mom gave me. So you have to believe me. You stood in front of a door at the edge of the room. This is a room for operators to run the theme park. This room is used to adjust the lighting, the air conditioning, observation cameras, and other stuff. This door is set up so that park visitors can't open it accidentally. Only registered staff can open it. You have to undergo a fingerprint and voice check to open it. So what? I'm a member of the staff, so of course I'm registered here. That means if I don't say my proper name, the door won't open. So, if the name I just told you is a lie, then it won't open the door. Get it? Yeah, I got it. Seeing is believing, right? Let me show you. You ready? Watch closely. My stomach is... I don't like this. My stomach is like, no. What's happening? You put her hand on the panel next to the door. The panel had a lamp that was shining red. Tanaka Yubise Akikana. What are you? I didn't... So who said that your name was Hatakana? The credits for sure. The credits have listed her name as Yubise Hatakana. For sure. But I think she said it at one point as well. And I thought that she said it in the control room with everybody when we were all introducing each other, essentially. Yubise Akikana. Beep. Responding to her voice, the lamp turned green and then... Whirr. The door opened. So? Believe me now? Yeah. With that, I thought I had to believe her. We returned back to the control room. That whole time, Yu's name kept churning through my mind. Yubise Akikana. Akikana. Aki. The truth was a lie. The lie was a truth. My mind was confused with what might be true and what false. But... Haru is spring, Aki is false, so maybe that's why you got them mixed up. No, I didn't get them mixed up. The game... I mean, definitely not now that the game is putting attention to it, but also... I definitely didn't get it wrong. Don't gaslight me, Black Blue. Don't gaslight me. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You won't fool me. You keep saying the same things in 100 lines too. It's like, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you for a second. No one can convince me otherwise. I will go down this ship just frothing at the mouth. It's like, no, her name wasn't that. No. I thought that if the name had autumn or Aki in it, it might as well be one with spring or Haru in it. Gradually, I became convinced that it could be right. No. No. No, I don't believe it.
I don't freaking believe it. When we got back to the control room, we decided to review escape routes. We didn't find anything new, man. I don't know. Where are we? Oh, it's still new stuff. Huh? What does that shout mean? Could it be that this is a message from the outside? We're here. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay! You is you, the true you that has been you all along. The true you that has been you all along. Hold on, 1 second. Okay. Listen, I actually didn't know the game was gonna do. She got the name wrong. Listen, all right, I didn't know. So thank you for the clips. I feel like this has been a very clippable stream because I thought for sure that I had it, and I didn't. I don't know what's happening anymore. Okay, the correct answer is definitely to talk to you, right? It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually matter. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can talk to anybody. All right, we're gonna talk to you just in case. Hey, you. What the hell? You remained distant and spacey. Our optimistic leader that helped us through days of distress was nowhere to be seen. Someone had to save her. But who? Of course, it was up to me. At that point, I was the only person who could help her. Besides... Promise? Yeah, I promise. The memory of that pledge remained stark in my mind. Sora? Yes? What is it? That's not your voice. Yes, what is it? I'm sorry to ask, but could you leave me alone with you for a second? Certainly. When we're done, I'll call you. Okay. I'm really sorry. Please, don't worry about it. Thanks. Sora vanished. All traces of her completely disappeared. Sora, who had no dimensional limits, had removed herself from our field of vision. Then, before continuing, I went to set up the coffee machine to make fresh coffee. And I'm gonna put 2 sugars in there just the way you friggin' like it, right, you? I fucking hate you. I'm dying. I'm dying and you're doing this shit to me. You're drinking coffee, right? Ignoring her lack of response, I prepared 2 cups. Then I sat it down beside her. About your mother. I mean, I don't know what to say, but... Don't you think it's important we talk things over with her? There may have been some reason why she did what she did. Look, she did say she'd explain everything once you're back on the floating island. So... How dare you say that? Like you know how this feels. There's nothing left for me to say to her. Besides, it doesn't matter anymore. I don't care what happens. Look, we've still gotta find a way to escape this place, somehow. Why? Because I made you a promise. How are you gonna keep it? Do you have some great plan to get us out of here? Well, that's what I want to figure out. Listen, we have to survive. Over these last 7 days, I've learned so much from you. In so many ways, I can't even begin to count. But out of everything I've learned from you, the most important thing is how to live. You have to live life to the fullest. That's what you taught me. Interesting. It's kind of basically what Tsugumi learned from Takeshi. So I want you to put that lesson into practice. I'll call you when me and you are done talking, so let me talk to you for a while. Don't worry about you, or me, or you. Or you can go make coffee for you and you, but not me, because I'm a hologram, you know? You know. So now off you go, you over here. What new creepypasta is this? What new creepypasta is this for a 20-year-old game? For a 20-year-old game, what the hell? You crank that by Soulja Boy, please. Yo! Oh my gosh. I want to live during this emotional scene too. I want to live to the fullest, to the end. It was a heartfelt plea. Listen, kid. Yeah?
What does it mean to live, anyway?
Well, living means to live and to know, I think.
A child is born in innocence, gains knowledge through the years, only to forget it all when it is old and dies. Over the previous 7 days, my life has been filled with things that I had learned. From amnesia to emptiness, my life began. But looking back on the previous 7 days, there was one more thing.
I also think that that to live means to lose something.
They said nothing ventured, nothing gained, but to gain something, you had to lose something. Like me losing a part of my memory. Sorry, that's not what it said. Like me losing the past by losing my memory. There we go. Even though I lost much, I had also gained.
Living means to learn and to lose something. So you're saying that we live only to get hurt?
Not the friggin' Tsugumi of it. Not the Tsugumi of it all. No, no, don't go down this rabbit hole, please.
Maybe. I don't know. Hell, if living means to be hurt, then I've had enough. I've had more than my share of hurts. I've had enough of life, so... wait a second. What are you trying to say, you? You're not saying you want to die. You can't be serious. What the hell's that all about? I can't believe you're saying that. It's not like you at all. What happened to the you a little while ago, who was so ready to get out of here? What happened to that you? Come on. What gives? What came over you all of a sudden? Why do you think you were born anyway?
It's interesting, because Kid was doing the exact same shit in Takeshi's room. So it's like, do you have any ground to talk? But apparently he does.
Stop it. Would you stop with this stupid 2-bit sermon? No, it's you who's talking stupid. All this selfish crap, as if your life belongs only to you. That's not what I was thinking. I don't think that, it's just... all this time, the mother who I thought brought me into this world, she's gone. But that other lady said she was your real mother.
Oh, that was you talking. That was Kid talking, rather. I can't say that was you, Kid. It was Kid speaking this line. There we go.
Oh, she's obviously lying. How do you know? Because... she's been lying to me from the start. Don't you think it's a little pointless? That's a little pointless right now? I mean, you do understand, don't you? That until you hear her side of the story, you can't go jumping to conclusions. I think you should live the best life you can for all the people around you who care about you. For your mother, and for Sara, and Takeshi as well.
Who gives a shit about Takeshi? Who's talking about him right now? What?
And for me. For you. I said it before, but there's so much that I've learned from you. I'm so very grateful for you. Really.
Yeah, Tsugumi died for this. She did. I know it was a me chat, but you did a really good reading of the you and you. It was just really well done. It was just really well done. You're not the you that I came to know. Hukashi, there we go. Hukashi, that one was difficult. Hukashi.
I'm so grateful for you, of course, you, who has been the you of all time, you.
He just keeps repeating it. It's like, you okay, buddy? You malfunctioning there? You alright?
You're a friend, a guardian, a teacher, and...
I walked back to the coffee machine and poured 2 cups of coffee.
You said earlier that you've already lived enough, right? But I don't think it's enough. Because there's still stuff you need to learn. You mean about my mother? That's one thing, yes. By the way, how much sugar do you take?
Not listening, I added 2 I added 2 spoonfuls. There we go.
I was thinking, don't you think sugar and coffee reminds me of something? You know, something that life depends on. Huh? Do you have any idea? I guess not. That's the second thing you don't know about. Makes you want to know, doesn't it? A little, I guess.
Well, if we get out of here, I'll tell you what it is. I added milk and sugar, then carried 2 cups over. There you go. Thanks. Yu took the cup and silently sipped from it. How does it taste? Were my feelings finally getting across to her? It's very sweet. She had a clear, gentle smile, like a sun shining just after a rain. We did it. We did it. Okay. We had our moment of truth. Therefore, we are going to save her. We gave her a reason to live. It really is kind of something that we end up having to do with all the girls, right? Even Sara was a little bit like this, where it's like, I can't go back out there. They're gonna hunt me down. It's like, what's the point anyway? What's the point of living? So for all the girls, we're just gonna have to sit them down and be like, no, girly, don't do it. Like, your life is so precious. Come on. Come on. And give them a little pep talk. And they'll be right back on track. Remember the Milky Way? I would have loved it if she said, this tastes like shit. But you know what? I kind of like it because it's you that made it, you know? It could still be a nice and sweet moment, but also being like, yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this. I called Sora back into the room. All survivors remaining inside the park were present. The 3 of us began to discuss new strategies. The walls of Limu would at most only hold for 2 hours at the most. Our last possible escape route had been shut off, filling with floodwater just hours earlier. All hope of communicating with the outside was gone. The situation had become so desperate that I could no longer expect you or Sora to find an escape room. Isn't there anything we can do? Yu lifted the coffee cup to her lips as she spoke. Her cup contained only black coffee. She had refilled it herself. Watching her drink, I went to take a sip from my own cup, but found it empty. To pour myself more, I walked back to the coffee machine. The machine was an interesting contraption with a lower chamber containing boiling water heated from an alcohol lamp. The water was siphoned up the central pipe into an upper chamber by the pressure of steam. This is good. This is good coffee you made. You made coffee made for herself. I swear this is so unintentionally funny without just to listen without seeing the portraits. It is funny though. It is really funny because it's like you can't even see it, and it's like, are you talking about you, like you as in you, or also you? Which one is it? Siphon. I got it. Sora, can you show me that cross-sectional diagram again? What's this perpendicular line coming straight down from the floating island? It's an emergency stairwell. This area wasn't dry earlier? No, but I was able to drain it yesterday, so... When the flooding started, the watertight doors in the emergency stairwell automatically closed. Therefore, the emergency stairs did not allow water in after it finished draining. It was thanks to the safety doors closing automatically that Kurenari and Matsunaga-san and Komachi-san survived. Oh, I see. So that's how they got out. Again, I don't know why we didn't go with them. That's probably going to be my one fault of the game. Why did we stay behind? But sure. Sure, that's fine. How far is it from this room to the emergency stairwell? Approximately 80 meters. Really? 80 meters, huh? I just want to confirm this, but if you were to climb those emergency stairs, could you escape up to the floating island? You could escape up to the floating island, right? Also, if it's not obvious by now, it's probably a little bit obvious by now, but I'm off of work tomorrow. I'm off of work tomorrow, so I can basically keep going on. I'm gonna basically keep going until this route is done. That, for me personally. Of course, if anyone has to go, feel free to do so. You know, there's always the fun. But I'm gonna keep going because I'm so locked in, honestly. I'm so locked in, honestly, and now that I don't have anything, it's nice because it's like I'm just gonna continue to follow this feeling. I'm just gonna keep going. It's really, really nice. That is correct. And the safety doors to the emergency stairwell can be opened manually. It is possible. Slow down, kid. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, to escape by going through the emergency stairwell, maybe... There you go again, coming up with another stupid idea. Look right there. Can't you see the blue color there? So? That means the corridor leading to the emergency stairs is totally underwater. We can't quit now. Just one more scene made manifest. Finally. Finally, all my hopes and dreams have come true.
was gonna ask when you hit 4 hours. Yeah. It hopefully it doesn't take too long. I can't imagine this being like a 5-hour stream or anything. It seems like we're right at the end here. So,
that means the corridor leading to the emergency stairs is totally underwater.
yeah, I know that.
Come on, you can't be serious. There's no way you're thinking about swimming there, are you?
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you make a mistake. I wasn't gonna say that. There's no way I could swim 80 meters underwater.
Then how do you expect to reach the emergency stairs then?
What is this? What is this? The floating island, escape entrance, A, emergency stairs, the connecting passage that connected the upper emergency corridor to the lower emergency corridor, emergency stairs, emergency corridor, sector 8 of Jurderstock, sector 4 of Jurderstock, sector 8 of Zweiterstock. What is this? First, let's call the emergency stairwell that connects to the floating island staircase A. Then let's call Sector 4 emergency stairwell here staircase B. And the emergency corridor connecting to staircase A will be corridor C. And the point that we need to drain in the water, the point is that we need to drain the water out of the corridor, right? Once that's done, we could just skip our way to staircase A. This will be on the exam. This will be on the final exam when Coco is there. It's like, this truly was our Ever 17, wasn't it? Can you remember this diagram? It's like, fuck no. I guess we're gonna die. I guess we're gonna die.
You said it as if it's the easiest thing in the world, but there's no way we can do it if you ask me.
We can do it.
Yeah? How? First of all, there isn't anywhere to drain the floodwater in Corridor C.
But there is a place. The dry area in Sector 4.
Are you really that dumb? Water only flows from high to low with the help of gravity. This is the third time you made me say that.
I know.
So why do you keep up this stupid argument? What, are you thinking about scooping all the water out with the bucket?
Do we even have a bucket, honestly? Not scooping it out. Just the opposite.
Huh?
We're gonna release the floodwater from Sector 8.
Kid, can I ask you one simple little question?
Sure.
Wouldn't doing that put this security office and the entire surrounding area completely underwater?
That's right.
I should have noticed the warning signs. It's okay. There, kid.
There, buddy. No, I'm not crazy. Stop. Resident Evil water level puzzle. Zelda water. It's our own version of a water temple.
It's okay. There, kid. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's gonna be okay. I'll take care of you. Now, be a good little boy.
You started patting my head. I snapped with anger. All right then, I'll prove it to you. I dashed out and ran to the warehouse. I found a bucket and a water in a clear plastic hose, and then drilled a hole in the bucket. All in this time? Sticking the hose into the hole, I used duct tape to wrap it and seal it. I then hunted up 2 more buckets. There we go. With the goods in hand, I returned to the security office. Okay.
Huh? What's this?
It's something that I threw together to test my idea.
I don't get it.
What does that have to do with what we are talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. Look at this shit. What is this? What is this? Listen, first this bucket up here is the one with the hose stuck in it. It represents Sector 8, where we are, okay? Next, the hose part that's filled with water represents Corridor C, leading to Staircase A. Finally, the bucket set down low presents the 4th block on the 3rd floor, and the empty hose part hanging down is Staircase B. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. Just so you know, the bent hose part represents the connecting corridor joining up Corridor C with Staircase B, right? Okay. I got you so far, so then what? Before I show you, I want to make sure one thing. If we drain water filling the hose here, then we can move safely to the emergency stairs, right?
Yeah, I guess. All right, let the draining begin. Remember what I said earlier? I think you said we're gonna release the floodwater from Sector 8, right? So let's release it.
Okay. Next, I began to pour water into the top bucket from the second bucket, which had been filled with water in the corridor. Okay, so here, I guess it's going up and essentially being siphoned. I guess that's what we were talking about. I don't know how it works. I'm not a physics person, so I don't know how it works, but I get it. Sure. In no time at all, the top bucket was full. I missed it. Where did they get that drill? It was just around. It was just around, you know, casual drills that we have. They did say that they had the toolkit monthly magazine or whatever, so I don't know. Maybe somebody here really liked tools. Maybe they really liked it, and that's why we had one in the warehouse, essentially. Not gonna lie, I was thinking this exact plan is a bit confused on why Yu was rejecting it. Probably because she's like me and just is not able to visualize this shit. Thank you for the game having a visual, although it is taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. I appreciate having the visual of like what's gonna happen here, because I'm not a physics person. I hated physics, man. I hated it. When you're taking physics in high school, typically you take physics during your second or third year. It's typically later in high school. They had us take it during the first year of high school. Because, I don't know, it's good for morale or whatever. It's good for morale or whatever. And that sucked. That sucked so much. You can't imagine my relief when I finally got to chemistry. And I was like, oh my gosh, freedom. Freedom, I'm free! Oh my gosh! Next, the water from the top bucket flowed down to the hose, pushing the air out of the hose and flowing into the lower bucket. Before long, all the water was drained. Except for the negligible amount left in the hose, all the water from the top bucket had drained completely to the lower bucket.
And that's how it works. This is how a siphon works. Okay, let's prove this one more time by looking at the map. The walls of Staircase A, Staircase B, Corridor C, and the area in Sector 4 are all intact without any cracks or damage. And we can assume that all these areas are protected from outside seawater. Isn't that right, Sora? Yes. Given that those areas don't have cracks or damage, what will happen is if we simultaneously open all the airtight doors in the submerged area in Sector 8 on Vader's stock. I don't even know if I read words correctly, honestly. I don't even know if I did that. I'm the opposite. Chemistry murdered me. Oh, I'm not saying chemistry didn't murder me. Let's be clear. I'm not saying that chemistry wasn't a rough time, but physics was the absolute worst, and then probably followed by chemistry, and then I liked biology quite a bit. I liked biology a lot. I really enjoyed that class. It did get a little confusing at some points, and so, you know, like, science is not my forte, but overall I still really did like it. So, do I look like a water scientist? I'm a delivery girl. What do I look like? A water scientist? New logo, new slogan. There is an Action Lab YouTube video I watched a while back that basically explains this exact thing. It explained how you can set up this to force water to ignore gravity, essentially. Interesting. This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me, because as someone is like, yeah, things go up and then things go down. It's like, this is, I guess it works, but they're right, because it's like, how does the siphon work? How does the coffee machine work? So it makes sense. It's also just like something that I've never thought about, honestly. I preferred physics. Chemistry was too hard of memorization. I guess that's fair, yeah. But I don't know. I just remember having a really rough time with physics, man. It was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. I didn't like it at all. I know some people just like they really love physics and they really vibe with it. For me, it wasn't that personally, but honestly, I think physics is pretty, like, in a lot of applications, it's pretty practical. So if you have the affinity for it, it's like, yeah, definitely go for that. You know? An enormous amount of water is going to flow into Corridor C, said Yu. And then what next?
The water accumulated in Corridor C will drain into a dry area in Sector 4.
And then what will happen?
Probably something like your experiment just now. All the water in Corridor C, as well as Sector 8, will flow into Sector 4, I guess.
Yup, that's the plan. But do you really think it'll work? It's a hell of a lot better than nothing. I'm pretty sure it'll work.
And so we tried it? What about Coco? What about Coco? Where is she? What's she doing? Water go up? I think I liked physics the most, but it was only because we never really did space science in school. Astronomy being my favorite in the science, and astrophysics. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we did not do anything like related to space or anything. I mean, that's where it gets, to be fair, that's where it gets really complex. That's where you start, that's where you really start getting into it. So there is that. But I wasn't, we didn't have anything that was we didn't even have like any sort of elective that was astronomy related, unfortunately, back in my school. So unfortunately, it was just kind of like the regular physics, and that was it. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, unfortunately. Also, let me take a sip of water here because my voice is dying. Whoa! Who said anything about losing the packages? I am the best space delivery girl in the universe. Hold on. Hold on. What is this slander in chat? What is this slander? Space is too complex. I mean, yeah, kinda. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Losing all your, delete that. Mod, delete that. Where are you? I will go right now. Delete all these people. Stream Islands, oh no, he actually did get deleted. I can still see it on my end. He actually did get deleted from the thing. It says Stream Elements timed out Albert for 400 for 450 seconds. Reason no Zago text automated by Stream Elements. But Blue removed the timeout on Albert. I'm so sorry, Albert. It's okay. It's okay. It didn't like it because of the Gmail. Yeah, it didn't like it. I think it's because of the Gmail, and then also like the cross the cross out losing as well. Sorry. Sorry, Albert. Sorry. And then Coco. Is a Coco in the room with us right now? Please. Will the real Coco please stand up? And then 3:40 a.m. Are you ready to go? Sure. Sure. According to the color-coded map on the monitor, Zvederstock's Sector 8 and Corridor C have been changed to green. The color green meant it was a dry area. Also, thank you for removing the timeout, Black Blue. I appreciate it. Thank you. Meaning the drainage had worked perfectly. There's very little time left before the estimated implosion time. You must hurry. Yeah, we know. Well, be careful. Huh? What about you, Sora? You're not coming? Listen, kid. Sora can't leave Lima. Huh? Have you forgotten? I'm an RSD-generated image. I'm just a computer program. But can't you, like, go to another computer? I don't know. Can't we do something, please? I thought you misclicked Albert's message while deleting mine. No, it was just a bit, but then Stream Elements took it too seriously. Oops. Stream Elements was mega angry. Have you forgotten? I'm an RSD-generated image. I'm just a computer program. I am not able to join you. So I wanted to say goodbye and wish you the best of luck. Sora. Every encounter must have a parting. And even if I accompanied you as far as the floating island, we would eventually have to say goodbye there. In my case, the parting comes a little earlier than with everyone else. But, Kid-san, think about it like this. When you go visit a friend's house, I mean, I don't have any friends, apparently, the amnesia. When it's time to leave, the friend may see you to the door, but the friend can't accompany you home, right? I mean, they kind of can if they wanted to. They could walk me home and then go back. They could, technically.
This place, Limu, is my home. We'll meet again, won't we? Yes. I am here, and I am also everywhere at the same time. I am in your walls, literally. Even if the me here disappears, the me there will still go on existing. Don't talk about disappearing! This is merely an example, you see. Don't worry, I'm sure that I'll meet you and Tanaka-san again. And it may be sooner than you think.
Ooh, I guess we're actually gonna go to Insel Gnome, maybe, and actually talk to the people there. In which case we'll see her.
Do you promise? Yes. It's a promise then. Yes, it's a promise.
Looking over Sora's shoulder at the monitor, I could see the number of life readings displayed there. Life readings 3. Life readings 3, but we don't care about that. We don't care about how it doesn't make any sense. Sure. You and I opened the security office doors and exited into the corridor. Giving a wave to a smiling Sora as she saw us off, we climbed the stairs to the emergency corridor. Then we walked down corridor C, which was no longer flooded.
Hey, I was just thinking, but... What about? Surely Sora isn't planning to take responsibility for the action by dying here.
Don't be stupid. Sora doesn't plan to sacrifice herself. Sora, you know, is different from us. Did they ever say Sora was completely air-gapped and isolated within the facility? They never confirmed that, no. So I'm hoping it's like she can get out of the facility, but we just never seen that. We've never seen it. And I'm pretty sure like 100%, I don't know. Well, never say never, but I'm pretty sure like things in the Tsugumi route got so bad and got such to a point where the entire facility, even the basement, was flooded. That it's like, yeah, I think she was kind of really dead. She was really, really dead in that instance. But I don't know. I don't know.
No way. Sora's not...
I don't mean it that way. Anyway, what you're worried about isn't gonna happen to her.
How can you be so sure? Maybe that's the way Lee Bleach programmed her.
Here we go again. Listen, this is what I heard from Mayo, but... Before, when she was hacking the source data, Mayo said she rewrote one line of code. Oh, Mayo... Okay, so Sara in for the save. She really did it. In Sora's program, there's a priority list of preferential actions. Mayo rewrote one of these.
What was that?
Above all else, she must value herself most. Aww. Aww, I kinda like that. Could she do that for every other route, even the routes where Sara isn't there and real and alive? Damn, man, it really is like Coco. We go back to Coco now, and it's like, damn, Coco, what do you do? What do you do? You're not like a super ultra hacker, so like, what are you doing? At last, we arrived at the door leading to the emergency stairs. Alright, I'm going to... Alright, the wrong voice. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna open it.
Okay.
You put her hand on the door's handle. Come on, help me turn it.
Oh, alright.
Together, we gripped the handle. It was then that it happened. Clang. Suddenly, a low metallic sound resounded behind us. Not creepy at all, I will say. I turned around quickly.
Huh.
At the end of the corridor stood the girl. Her eyes met mine, and a name flashed in my mind as clear as a bell.
Coco!
Huh? Coco? Who's Coco? Who's Coco? What are you talking about? Turning on her heels, Coco ran off in the other direction. I turned to chase after her, but you grabbed my arm, holding me back.
Come on, let's go! Let go! There's still someone here! We can't just leave her here!
You're just imagining things! Forget about it! The walls began to creak and groan. Here and there, water began to leak in.
Coco!
Kid, stop! Tearing myself away from Yu's grasp, I ran after the girl. What happened to making sure that Yu was protected no matter what? Don't worry. Don't worry. Yu came dashing after me. Through the voice alterator came Sora's warning. The pressure on the partitions has increased beyond their limit. You must return quickly.
No way!
How long? How much longer will they hold?
10 to 15 minutes. But it could implode at any time.
For one instant, I saw the back of the girl. She continued to run down the corridor. With all my strength, I burst after her.
The main building lights flickered and went out. Then they were replaced by dim emergency lights. With the help of the pale lights, I kept up the chase. I bounded down the emergency stairs and burst out into the normal corridor. I ran and ran with all my power. I ran to the end of the narrow corridor in front of a small door. It was right there that I caught up to her. Oh my god. Kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. This is terrifying. The remove window. There she is. There she is. She stood with her back to the door. I had caught her. Come on, we're going together. The girl shook her head. Creeping forward, I pressed close to her. But to my surprise... Huh? What is she? What is she? After a moment, as if being absorbed into the door, the girl disappeared. Out of breath, you closed in on me. I finally caught up to you. And what about the girl or whatever? I stood there as if in a trance. Coming back to myself, I tried to open the door to Himmel, but the door wouldn't budge. Sora, open this door! That is impossible. That door is out of my jurisdiction. I pounded on the door. Coco! From the surface of the walls, water began to gush in. Less than 5 minutes left. They won't hold much longer. Emergency warning. All patrons in the park and all staff are advised to evacuate immediately. 5 minutes until implosion. The announcement repeated itself in German and in English. Damn it! Open up! Open this door! Boom, boom, boom. I struck with my fist. Open up! Listen, kid! You've got to snap out of it! Himmel the hero is back there. Horror game. It is a horror game, I'm telling you. This is so weird. The liar the Himmel. Is that Venti behind the door? All of you have references for things that I don't know. I'm gonna be so honest. This is the first time that I've ever heard the word Himmel in my life. It's the first time I've ever heard it. And you could tell because in the very beginning I was like, what is this? What is this door? What is this door? And I had to use Google Translate to figure it out. Listen, kid, you've got to snap out of it. Wake up! I pounded fiercely against the door with my clenched fist. But no matter how hard I tried, it was in vain. Is she just my imagination? If I keep this up, what's gonna happen to you? You would die if I didn't do something. Kid? I'm so sorry, you. I strained to speak, squeezing out my words. Is this a good end? Is this Imagine if I had to go back and redo all of it again. Sorry, you. This just isn't your route. Nah, man, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I strained to speak, squeezing out my words. Okay, let's go. I reached out my hand to you. Yeah, finally. You gave my hand a squeeze back. One last time, I looked back at the door, and then turned and ran with all my might. We sprinted as hard as our legs could carry us. Okay, thankfully, it is still her route. Why? Why is she a ghost? Why? How is she able to do the things that she's able to do? Splashing through the water as it gushed like a waterfall, I ran with everything I had, Yu's hand gripped tightly in mine. 3 minutes until implosion. Bounding up the emergency stairs, we reached Vtuber. We ran hard down the emergency corridor. 2 minutes until implosion. We applied our strength together and pushed open the emergency stairwell door. Closing the door tightly, we then headed up the long set of stairs. 1 minute until implosion. In the distance, the sign read Erster Boden, the first floor. Just 17 meters left. Announcement, 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. It has to be so intense. We ran toward the final door. Click, clank, clink, clank. The door wouldn't open. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo! The darkness was pierced by a ferocious sound, like a roar of a dragon, or possibly the last agonizing cry before death.
So, are we okay? Are we okay? Or... All I know is a tone-deaf drunk bard once used a lyre that had that name to tame a dragon. Genshin reference. There's a lot of... I guess Genshin and, May 7th. What the hell? I guess Genshin and this game, it is like a common... Like this myth of Lemuria. It is like a thing. So, like, I guess they borrow the same sort of inspiration there. Good end. You see a ghost. Yay! Yay! Bad end, we die. Aw. On the floating island. The morning sun stained the sky, land, and ocean. I don't think we're dead. I don't think we're dead, but still. It's the first time we laid eyes on the blue sky and bright sunlight in 7 days. It might be longer than that, honestly. If the math is mathing, then it might be longer than that. In the distance, Sada and Takashi played together. Y'all didn't give a shit about anything. Y'all weren't concerned about us. It appeared as if they were pretending to sword fight with a couple of sticks. Apparently, Takashi had been routed by Sada's sword. I gazed dreamily at the two as they played. Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen. After the escape, she had gotten the frig out of there. She was just like, I want nothing of this. And as for you? She sat beside me, gazing at the morning sun. Her eyes misted with tears. Remove window. There we go. It was her first time to see the sun in 7 days. Long shadows from her figure and mine cast at length behind us. Who is she? Who's that? Who the hell is that? Apparently he was also being like, who? I don't know. Who are these people? They didn't even care that we were down there. Have you people not tried to talk to the people that's on the island, supposedly? Being like, hey, we need to find a way to do something to help them? Yes, we had successfully escaped from that abysmal labyrinth. I kept my promise, don't you think? I turned and asked you. Well, the first one at least. You kept her gaze on the rising sun as she answered. The first one, to protect her. And the second one? The thing that reminds you about life, sugar and coffee. That. The thing that life depends on, didn't you say? Uh-huh. You promised to tell me. Okay, let me ask you in that case, what are some things on which life depends on? Water, air, food, housing, clothing, money. Okay, what else? Knowledge. Well, there's that too. Humans can't live forever in innocence, though. To live comfortably, humans also need certain impurities, things that are granted by knowledge. I guess you could compare those things with the milk you put in the coffee. But there's one more thing. Like the sugar in the coffee, we need one more thing. What could it be? Is he gonna say love? You better not forget to say love. How does sugar taste? Sweet. It's a wonderful taste, right? So humans can never be entirely alone. You still don't get it? People can only know sweetness when they join together. Love! Yay! Oh man, Takashi does like a fake retching noise in the background. He's like, ugh, oh man, you two lovebirds are making me sick. God, I hate you two. You then squeeze my right hand, and I pull close to me, and she pulled close to me. I pulled her close to me. There we go. You buried her face in my chest. From Yu's long hair, I could smell her fragrance, the fragrance of sunlight. It's sweet, isn't it? The sun, my sun, which was clear and fresh, flowing with brilliance. Okay, but we're gonna go talk to the people that were on the... Oh, wait a minute. No, we still got... Yeah, no, sorry. I was confusing it. I was like, we still got the correspondence. We still saw everything, yeah. We're still gonna go talk to those people, right? And we're still gonna get to see that, right? 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 Close the close the game. Do it now. It only gets worse from here. I do like the idea. Humans can't live in innocence forever. They need impurities, which are granted by knowledge. I like that. And I think, again, it's like this very good thematic through line, right? With everything that's been happening. It's really, really good. I like it. Again, this has been the route that's based in logic, and I love how that has turned out. There's a lot of callbacks, and like it has a strong connection given everything, I would say. So, not gonna lie, I didn't know how it led to love. But overall, yeah, I would say that's fine. But he's gonna be like, yeah, and love was the most important thing all along. It's like, okay, buddy. All right, buddy, whatever. I'm gonna take another break because it is time for another break. But I think we're gonna end here relatively soon. But just in case, we're gonna take another break here and see what's up. So let me go over to Burp Screen because it is time anyway. We have to. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff for the final time. I promise. And then I will be right back in 3 minutes. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Why is the ad in German? They're all in German. I heard the game. Never mind the privacy concerns or any sort of moral quandaries that you may have about that. What that means is that this game isn't fully voice acted. I'm voice acting it. Therefore, it means that my German pronunciation is on point. That's what that means. I'll take it as a compliment. Let me go over back to game screen. And for the final time, we're gonna figure out who the hell am I romancing right now? Who is Hatakana? Who is Akikana? Who are you? Who are you? Great deduction. Great deduction there. A massive logic. Don't worry about it. The sun, my sun, which was clear and fresh, glowing, flowing with brilliance. Tinged with sweetness, the smell of spring enveloped us completely. Where is my after? Am I getting an after credit scene for this? Cause if not, I'm gonna uh, um, I am getting an after credit scene for this, right? The story, and then we all went home. The end. Why did I pull out the calculator? Why did I do all the math? For what? For what? Takashi was telling the truth. Why'd you ever doubt him? He was completely normal and fine the whole time. I hate this game. I hate this game. It's the worst game we've ever played. It's the worst game we've ever played on this channel. Life readings 1. Coco, I don't know what's going on with you. We gotta get you out of there, man. I don't know what's happening. We gotta get you out of there. Life reading 1. Just one of them. Only one of them. All right. Now, what are the credits gonna say? They're gonna say Hatakana, right? Cast. Infinity loop, baby. You fucking liars. It makes me so angry. It makes me so angry because they fucking know. They know. They know. I mean, Takeshi Kuranari and Kid is voiced by, huh? Who could it be? I don't know. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything now. The game is gaslighting you now. You gonna check the VODs later or let it go? I mean, I probably will after the stream, but the thing is, I don't even feel like I need to check the VODs. I am 100% certain that her name was Hatakana. I don't have to doubt myself. I know for a fact that it was. I know. I know for a fact. I probably will just, you know, for good measure, you know. It's always good to double check, triple check your work, you know, whatever else. But it's like, I know the game is lying to me, and it's making me angry. It's making me livid. Okay, it's okay. We're all fine. Remember when all these dope dank scenes happened? Remember that? We haven't seen that since the very beginning. She's so awesome, isn't she? Where are my answers? Oh, also that scene with Takashi, that was cute. I like that. That was nice. I'm fairly certain that I remember it as Hatakana. He's like, you cannot convince me otherwise, man. It has to be Hatakana. Also, why are there so many U's in the staff? What the fuck? I did not see. I actually wasn't paying attention. Is that why? You know how, like, sometimes when you're a writer, you get, like, different inspiration for things like that? It's like, we have a lot of U's on the staff. Don't you think that's kind of funny? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have a great idea. I have an excellent idea. Let's go with that. I should really get the messages there to space themselves out. It should not prompt you for a follow and then a subscribe at the same time. It shouldn't do that. Anyway. Look another 2 times to you. Yeah, I saw some at the end. I saw some at the end there, but maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. All right, so where are my answers? Where are my answers? Hello? Okay. Okay. All right. 2 years later. These are not my answers. we now 2 years later, and we now know that the year is 2034, right? Therefore, the year is 2036, right? Right? Hello? 2 years later. What the fuck? This is great weather. And imagine, Tsugumi never got any of this shit. Tsugumi got kicked to the curb with this. Oh man. Okay. What? Wow, this is great weather. You and I were riding on a boat. The infinitely deep blue ocean spread as far as we could see. I don't know, after the danger of potentially, you know, imploding in the middle of the sea, I would probably never go on a boat or be anywhere near water ever again. To be quite honest. That's just me personally, but, you know, you do you, girly. There's you, and then there's you, and then there's you, and then there's you, and then there's also Yuria, and then there's also Yuriko, and then there's also Yumie, and then there's also Yumemi. The whole list comes back. Her hair grew out. It did. The infinitely deep blue ocean spread as far as we could see. A clear blue sky unfolded above us. There was a pair of seagulls flying overhead. Also, this doesn't answer my question. What did we do when we saw the people? What did we say to them? what was the immediate scene that happened? There's a pair of seagulls flying overhead. Oh my gosh, it's a Umineko reference. Oh, I love visual novels. The sea breeze whipped so a little strongly, and Yu used her hand to hold her hair in check. She had recently started to grow her hair out. It seemed like she was starting to look more like her. That, and she seemed to become a little bit more easygoing and ladylike.
So how is college going?
It's alright, I guess. 2 years later. So kid is 16. I guess. Okay. It's alright, I guess. I'd somehow gotten into college and was in my first year. Of course, you know, barring any major mysteries, maybe we look different than maybe we're older than we are. You can go to college at any age, so it doesn't really matter, but... Of course, I was going to a different school than you, so we never had a chance to meet on campus. Why on earth did you decide to major in archaeology? You really want to know? Why are we still calling him Kid? What is his name? He has a name, doesn't he? Ask Sada, what was his name?
That's what I'm asking.
You know, it might be better if you didn't ask.
Huh?
You still sure you want to know?
No, well... Then I won't ask.
Alright, I won't tell.
Huh? Why? Tell me.
Well, you just said you weren't gonna ask.
That's because you said I probably shouldn't.
You're just too confusing.
You're the one who made this conversation confusing. Anyway, I guess I'll listen to your reasoning.
There she went, changing my mind again. You can really be twisted sometimes.
Come on, say I'm pure at heart.
What are you talking about? If you were pure, then I'd be...
You would be what? Then you'd be the pure-hearted kid?
Hey, stop it. I've changed since then. But after that, I was reluctant to speak. I wondered if I was really different from the person I was at the time. I probably was. Since then, no inexplicable, mysterious things had happened to me. I couldn't predict things anymore. I don't even know what's happening. Sada, who? Huh? We had a character like that? I'm losing my mind, man. The sun made her hair grow. It's how biology works. It's how biology works. Everyone write that down. His name was Yu Yu Hakusho. Honestly, at this point, his name might honestly just be Yu. It might be Yu. Who's to say? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Funny enough, to my knowledge, there is no character in Yu Yu Hakusho named Yu Yu Hakusho in that anime. And why is it called Yu Yu Hakusho? It's false advertising. It's false advertising. I couldn't predict things anymore. I had gotten my memory back. You had gotten your memory back? And what are you doing? So what's your name? So what is your name? Or maybe I was the same. Maybe I was the same as ever. I knew that people learned, got hurt, and lost things, and that they changed as long as they lived life. But my basic nature hadn't changed. Some things changed, some things never did. I was still me, but myself in the past was different. Like I had to explain it. If I had to explain it, I might say that it was like a me in another world. Maybe that was it.
You're right. You're not like you used to be. Well, for one thing, you've gotten so tall.
She stood on her tiptoes and raised her hand over my head. I'd grown a head taller over the previous 2 years.
So, are you going to tell me or not?
What?
About the reason you majored in archaeology.
Alright, it's because...
Is this not...
I was about to call her Akiyama for some reason. No. Akikana? Is this not Akikana? Is this Hatakana? It's because I want to know myself better. I don't know anymore.
To know yourself?
Yes. To know more about myself at that time. At that time, I thought it would be best to major in archaeology, the same as you. Oh no, well then it is not Akiyama. It is Akikana. There it is. To better understand the weird stuff that was happening to me.
You're not going to study the third eye.
I sure am. Sure, do whatever you want. I don't care. I told you. It's probably better that you don't ask.
You haven't changed.
A bit, I mean.
Nope, you haven't changed at all.
Neither have you. That reminds me. Your clothes are...
Huh?
the same ones you wore then, right?
Yeah, you're right.
There was a thin black stain on the hem of her jacket that remained. So she still wore it. She still kept it all these years later. It was a memorable stain. Our memory. I started to think as I gazed at the ocean. I thought about the time I met you. About those unforgettable 7 days. And especially the conversation that we had afterwards with the people on the island. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that conversation. Woo! Flashback time, please, please. But I should talk about the things that happened after. Yes! After that. After that. For some reason, we just stood there enjoying the sunshine on the floating island. The sun looked extremely seemingly bright after a week without it. Its rays were warm. The literal translation is Ghost Files, supposed to be a pun in Japanese. Oh, I see. I see. Imagine if she actually was a middle-aged loan broker who ties to Yakuza, secretly the wealthiest person in the neighborhood. Honestly, at this point, anything is possible for this ending, because I don't know what the hell is happening anymore. I thought I knew. At that moment, someone patted me on the shoulder. I turned back, and there was... Morning. Sir. What? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Hold on, I have to mute for a second. Oh my god. You see the exact moment. This is the moment when you lose it. Graduation announcement. Alright, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate and we have to get through this scene as quickly as possible before I lose my mind. Hold on. Drawn it out with a sip. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. There are like tears that are streaming out of my eyes right now. Yeah, I promised you that I'd see you again soon, didn't I? I can't even do voices anymore, man. I don't care. But why are you here? Am I bothering you? No, not at all. I'm glad to see you again. Hearing that, Sora smiled gently. I exchanged a handshake with Sora. I exchanged a handshake with her, and I met her again. I looked up at the sky above. The clear blue sky seemed to spread on forever. Dr. Tanaka is waiting for you. Please come this way. Okay. Are you Hatakana? Are you Hatakana? Please have one thing that makes sense. If you freaking say your name is Fuyukana, I'm gonna scream. Please. Would it be okay to say this is all just a dream ending? I feel like you might want it to be at this point. I feel in some ways I kind of feel like I might want that. I don't know. It depends on the very end of the game, to be fair. But also, this is such a tonal whiplash from us like drowning and dying and whatever else. It doesn't matter. Oh, the person called Dr. Tanaka appeared in front of us was the woman I'd seen on the monitor. It was the person who claimed to be Yu's mother. Mother? You. I'm so happy you're alive. It's the exact same voice actor. Why are you? I think. I promised that I would tell you everything when you got to the floating island, right? It's been a long time. What? I wondered if she was talking to me. It seemed like it was the first time I'd met her. Or had I met her in the past? What's wrong? Is there something that you would like to ask? Yes, I have tons of things I want to ask. First of all, what the fuck? Fine, don't worry. I'll tell you everything. Alright then. First, I want to... Oh, shut up, kid. This is my time. Hold on. Wait just a minute. You? First, there's something I have to ask. Is that alright? Go ahead. You said that you're not my real mother. You also said that I was your child. There's only one thing I want to ask. Are you my real mother? Dr. Tanaka looked down. She twisted her lips sadly. Which is it? I wondered why you would ask such a thing. She should have already known the answer. And the credits started rolling. I am you. Huh? I can say this for certain now. That's not your voice. It doesn't matter. I am your mother. You. She stared you in the eyes as she said that. Mother. After a while, we asked Dr. Tanaka question after question. How did we get trapped? Was it an accident or not? Why could I predict things? Why did I lose my memory? What happened? What had happened in my past? And also, while getting all the answers to this, hold on, my voice is dying. I'm sorry. It's been a long stream. But also, while getting the answers to all this, you can see like Sada starting to like sweat in the background because he's like, oh, well, I mean, I just didn't know that you were my brother. Oops. You know, it's just so awkward anyway. Anyway. What had happened in the past? No questions. No other questions. Let's go home. Let's go home. Hope it's not the poor localization version. I got disappointed buying the Switch version. Hello, Congo. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. It is not. This is the I guess it's, what do they call it? I forget what they call it. It's the Himmel patch, first of all. I assume you mean the one that has the that got ported over to Steam and it has like the upscaling on it and whatever. The recent ones, essentially. It is not this version. It's not that version. Yeah, it's the Himmel patch, the old version, essentially. The old version. But hello, welcome on in. I hope you've been doing well. Did the girl I'd seen really exist? Who was she? Who was she? What had happened in Yu's past? Did Yu's father and mother really die? If so, then who was she, Dr. Tanaka? What was the meaning of the haiku password? What is Blickwinkle? All these questions. And I guess we're just going to start listing out all the answers? Right? What is the connection between the TV virus and the accident? And what was the third eye? It was a long, long story, and I can't wait to hear it right the fuck now. I'm sat. I am sat. Tell me right now. Tell me right now. You're thinking about things that have happened then, aren't you? Yeah, I sure am. Hey, you. Do you know the proverb water flows and people live? Water flows from high and lower places. But the flow, its path, has an infinite number of possibilities. People live just like water. There are infinite ways for life to flow. That's what it means. Maybe I just watch a playthrough. I hope you do justice to this game. It is I try my best. I try to look at it from a fan of Uchikoshi works, basically. So I try my very best. But I hope people are at least enjoying it. I'm like I said, I'm like pretty much, I think, the only person currently at this time who has ever done a full Let's Play of Never 7. With Ever 17, though, like, people have done Let's Plays of this before, so it's not anything, like, unique or special. But I hope people still enjoy the playthrough regardless. Also, thank you so much for joining on YouTube. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You sweet child, thinking you would explain anything. It's like it's their first Uchikoshi game. You get fucked. Yay. If life has infinite possibilities, there might be another me somewhere who has a different history than the me in the present. Somewhere? Yeah. Say, beyond this broad sky. Beyond this limitless universe. There should be another universe where we died horrible deaths, and I accidentally let Coco take us away from the true end of the game. Another me in another universe. I was thinking about that other me. Another universe, huh? Say, if there is another universe like you say, in that other world, is there another pair of us dating like we are now? Sure there is. How can you tell? I can tell because I can. You see, if I do this, it's the most, it is the most Never 7 that it has ever been. I can't believe I'm right back to where I started. I am right back to where I started, man. It never goes. It never ends. Remove the window. Also, I guess so that girl with the golden hair. Whenever I boot up the game, I guess it really is you. It did not look like her to me. But it's because she had really long hair, right? Okay. It's her. She truly was the out of infinity. I don't know. I don't give a shit. I drew you close and kissed her. We were surrounded by the spring sun, clouds floating in the sky, the rippling ocean and the song of seagulls. I felt everything about you through my skin. Her warmth, her scent, her touch, her heartbeat, and even the color of her heart. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Also, he's blonde-ish. At least in this lighting, he is. Whereas she's more like orange here, like her natural orange. So is he not actually a... Ooh. I thought he was a clone of Takeshi. What? I can see through you completely then. It was exactly the third eye. Ultimate wisdom. Yes, if I did that, then we could transcend time. The story is not over yet because only you are in the infinity loop. Make the correct choices to do the thing that must be done. Okay. Alright, that was Ever 17, the Out of Infinity. I will say this route started very, very funny, and then it got like super dank and serious in the middle, and then it ended absolutely so hilarious. I love it so much. I love it so much. What happened? Did they forget to write the story? It kind of shits the bed at the end, doesn't it? It kind of shits the bed at the end only because there's this process of like logic and theory that's been, again, like I was literally just commenting, like I was complimenting the game for and praising the game for not even 20 minutes ago. There's this through line of logic that is central to this route, and I love it so much. And it's like, yeah, now we thought logically. Now what's the reward for thinking logically? None of the friggin' answers that you want, honestly. None of the answers that you actually want are gonna be are gonna be at the end of this. So that's great. That's great. The color of her heart. Kid is a clone of you calling it. At this point, what, you know what? It doesn't even matter. You know what's possible. What did Takashi do from here on out? What did he do? What did Sada do? What did she do with her life? Oh, whatever. Best Glad I didn't play it. Passenger seat was the best seat. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was to me, like, losing my mind. I genuinely thought, the way that I had to mute, and I genuinely thought that I would not stop laughing. I was crying. I was crying. Okay. Yeah. So, overall, Yu is still my favorite character in the game by far. I still like her. Not to say that I like think Tsugumi is okay or like I hate her or anything. I like her as well, but she's still my favorite character by far. This route was I don't know, like half of it, again, it was so good up until it just wasn't. So it's like, I don't even know if I want to tie this with the Sada route, honestly, right now, or if I just want to put it below the Sada route and say this was the worst route of the game so far. I don't even know. It was so fun up until that point, but I mean, you know, the ending I feel like was going to be very vital, and it really wasn't. It really wasn't. It was just like, go talk to Soda, go talk to Coco. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about any of it. Okay. Okay. Why did I do all the math? Is the year 2034? What did I do that for? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This route was amazing, full Oshikoshi. It really is. It's just like, yeah, what does it matter? Is it really? Hold on. Let me clear my throat first. Is it really just that at the end of the day? Oh. Doggo, you okay? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Doggo is absolutely gonna throw up. Well, well, it is honestly kind of appropriate that she's doing that right now at the end of this very shitty route. You okay, buddy? You okay? Uh-oh. I think what happened is like her prescription food ran out. Her dry food. So I've just been giving her wet food for right now. It doesn't show up until until Thursday. So I was like, okay, I'll give this to you instead, just while I'm waiting for that to come in. But I guess she can't have I guess that she can't have just wet food. I think it's messing with her a little bit. So no worries then. I'll run to the store in the morning and get something for her. So she at least has a little bit of dry food. It won't be her prescription medication, but you know, it'll be all right. Dog was watching the whole time. Was retching, just retching. This is dog water. This is donkey. I don't understand this ending. I don't understand this ending. So fair enough. Now imagine how much lost you would be if you had did this route. More lost you would be if you had did this route before the Tsugumi route. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But also, yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know. There is something, again, there's some sense of like finality to the Tsugumi route, for better or for worse, that it's like, there is something about putting it kind of like in the middle, perhaps. Like maybe it's supposed to be like Sada and then you and then Tsugumi and then like in my own personal preference, by the way. And then maybe Sora and then Sora and then Coco. But consider the following. Consider that was literally one of the funniest endings that has ever existed in a visual novel. Consider that. Isn't it really funny that we went to crying about Takeshi to dealing with this? Isn't this a little bit better? Isn't this a little bit better? Come on. Come on. All right. I have to go. I mean, I think I've given my final thoughts. Hopefully I'll have more to say next time. Before we start, actually, and then I'll go back to the Tsugumi route and I'll actually do my final thoughts as well, because I felt like I really ended without giving any final thoughts as well. I still wanted to go back and make a comparison point about like why was it such a good route, why was it so well put together. I know why this route was so well put together up until it, you know, it kind of wasn't. It had a few pacing issues, but for the most part, like places where it dragged on a little bit too long, which is not characteristic of this game as a whole. But for the most part, it really was just kind of like, yeah, follow the logic and you will be rewarded until, you know, you get to the end and you're not rewarded. Therefore, what did, you know? So unfortunately there is that, but I can see the building blocks of this route. So that's pretty easy to put into place. Whereas Tsugumi's is more like, it's a lot more subtle, I would say. You take some, you have to take some time to really simmer in it and think about it. But that was Ever 17, The Out of Infinity. When we come back, we're gonna save Sora. We're gonna save Sora? She's real! She's on the island! She gave everyone a handshake! She was like, I'm real, I'm alive! Look at me! Honestly, the title that I gave on Twitch is the best title that I could have given ever, actually. I thought I was using that title for a different reason, but you know what? It all loops back around. It's so great. It's so awesome. Let's go ahead and look for somebody to raid if anyone's online. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please, dear God. She's real. I just read it. Yeah, and you missed the part in the beginning where I played the song of all time, the meme song, the it really was just so appropriate for this stream, man. I can't believe it. Comments online. She's doing artwork. Let's go and raid and say hello and have life be normal for once. We'll have our life be normal for once. Raid comics, comet rather, signal. There we go. All right, and then I move this over here, and then we go over here, and we go to ending screen. If you are here, thank you so much for joining me for a little bit. I really appreciate it. This was a doozy. This was an absolute doozy, but I really appreciate it. It was really fun, if nothing else. It was really fun. So have a wonderful, we'll be back with some more of this game next week, and hopefully we'll get some answers. I don't know anymore. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night or whatever time it is, and I'll be back on Thursday with some chill, cozy gaming that will actually heal my soul. Bye everyone, and thank you so much for joining for the long stream. Thank you so much, especially Black Wheel, just because you're the moderator, so thank you so much for joining. But for everyone, seriously, it was a long stream. Thank you so much for joining. Have a wonderful rest of your night, everyone. Bye.